Yeah, I have some ideas for this year.
How was the show?
You guys had a lot of fun.
This is right.
Yeah. It was, you mean different than the 6 factors?
It's perfect. Was this so? Not with that copy.
No. Right, or like what's a mandatory and what's a discretionary. So he does it like every day. Or like podcast.
Yeah, this corner should be available.
Yes, that would be great.
Audio.
That's the big problem. It's that fundamental right. And then we didn't say what that means.
Right.
And
Yeah, it's on the comment.
I had
Let Kim start with our housekeeping, and then we'll get into it.
Welcome committee members, liaisons, and members of the public for the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission meeting. Thank you for joining us. We are using Zoom with the goal to foster a more inclusive environment and effective meeting. If you would like to comment during the meeting, please use the raise hand feature. Please utilize this tool to indicate that you would like to speak in order to facilitate the discussion. A friendly reminder, this is a video conference. For back-routine requirements, all cameras must be kept on during the duration of the meeting. If you are unable to have your camera on, you must indicate the reason for your non-appearance during the meeting. Please be aware of the surroundings behind you. All committee meetings will be recorded and posted to the State Bar's website. Zoom captioning is available. To enable, select live transcript at the bottom of your screen. Your Zoom screen and then select enable transcript. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Crystal, can you take a roll call?
Yes. Connolly,
Present.
Alsaroff,
Present.
Escobedo,
Present.
Elrod,
Present.
Alakani,
Present.
Babcock,
Present.
Whitmore,
Present.
Campbell, Falcon,
Here.
Gonzalez, Long, Klein. Someone is on the Zoom. Patience.
Patience is I can see her scrambling. She's working on it.
Yeah. Sorry.
We'll hit mute to start.
King, Mahoney, Morales, Pryor,
Here.
Rosie,
Here.
Canville, Smith,
Present.
Stockard,
Here.
Vargas,
Here.
votes are liaisons, Justice Rodriguez, Judge Fuentes,
Present.
Judge Yang,
Present.
our liaisons, Selena Hopeman,
She's running late.
and then Melanie Sider, I see you online. I'll just make a note of State Bar staff attending. We have Rich Fordham. Good partner.
Great. Okay. Are there any members of the public that would like to make public comment? Yeah. Okay. Well, then why don't we get started? First off, let me just welcome you all here. And I'm very excited. This is the second year that we're doing kind of an in-person all together. I thought it was very productive last year. And so I'm hoping this will become kind of an annual tradition where at least one time a year, we can get all the commissioners, liaisons, our advisors together and have kind of our interesting high-level strategic discussion. And so I want to thank the staff for all of the work that they put in to get this put together and giving us a really informative, really interesting agenda today to talk about some really interesting issues that we can go into going forward. The other thing I'd like to do is a little icebreaker. I think some of us we're just getting to know each other and meet. I won't make it too awkward. All I'm going to ask you to do is say your name, what region of California you come from, and kind of what expertise or background you bring to the commission. If you would like to throw in a fun fact, you are welcome to throw in a fun fact, but I also won't, make it uncomfortable for you if you don't have a fun fact at the ready. So I will start since I'm imposing this on everyone. I'll take the first hit. So my name's Erica Connolly. I come from the Sacramento area. I've been on the commission, about 6 years now, which is like really crazy. About the same age as my daughter, who is almost 7. And I work at the California Attorney General's office. And I sort of bring, I think, to the commission kind of I call myself like the compliance oversight hawk kind of, view of things. I did a lot of work in our corporate fraud section. And so really interested in like internal controls, those kinds of things. So that's my stuff. And then let me see, do I have a fun fact at the ready? I guess the only fun fact I have is I have an almost 7-year-old who is convinced she's almost 17. And so that has proven to be a really fun experience to have. So do you want to go on, Catherine? Do you guys have a preference? Why don't you go next?
Hi, everyone. I'm Duani Wang. I'm the lead committee coordinator for the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission. I've been with the State Bar 10 years, which is, I started when my oldest was a few months old. He turned 10 a few months ago. I have a 5-year-old as well. My background, before I came to the State Bar, I was a legal aid attorney. I practiced at a few direct services organizations and a support center. Doing pro bono coordination, doing view visa and VAWA and public benefits work. A fun fact about me that the staff knows, I'm learning to ski this season because my kids are pretty good, and I'm taking my first swim class this Sunday because I don't know how to swim. So my daughter and I both have our joint swim class this Sunday.
Wow, I want to applaud you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Amin Al-Saraf. I've been on the commission now maybe close to 7.5 years, almost 8 years. That's what I bring to the table is the time that I've been on the commission. So it's been an interesting experience over the years to see the different folks who've been on the commission, the different things that have faced the commission has faced. And I'm excited about where we are now and what we're planning to do going forward. My background is I'm a litigator, commercial and business litigator here in Los Angeles. And I wasn't, I made the suggestion for the fun fact and I realized that flows back on me. I've got to actually think of something for myself. But I'll keep on the theme. I've got 3 little girls and they're all at least 10 years ahead of their actual chronological age. And they just keep getting older as they get younger. So it's fun and it keeps us on our toes for sure.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Sandville. I'm a senior fellow with the Institute for Nonprofit Practice. And I guess I spent the bulk of my career in fundraising and resource development and also in philanthropy. So I've been an executive director for regional and national organizations. I worked for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, for the National Urban League, Ford Foundation, and I also teach at USC. So, and I guess I'm fairly new to the commission. I've been here since the fall of 2023. So look forward to getting to know more about each of you. And fun fact, let's see. I enjoy gardening and landscape architecture. That's kind of my my peaceful enjoyment that I've gotten into as I've gotten older. So that's it from me.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Jody Pryor. I can't think how long I've been on the commission. I think about 1.5 years or so. I started as an AmeriCorps attorney in Hilo, Hawaii, and then worked for LAFA for a period of time. So I started as a legal aid attorney, and then I worked for a battered women's shelter in Ventura and started a legal services program there. And then for the last, I don't know, 18 or 19 years, I've been working for the Ventura Superior Court, and currently I'm managing attorney of the civil and the family law self-help centers, and also family court services, which includes the custody mediators and probate investigators. I coordinate the homeless court program and children's waiting room and a few, whatever else they ask me to do. So wear a lot of different hats. I'm trying to think of a fun fact. My son's going to USC right now, and he's working for the football team. So recently I've been involved, very interested in college football, and we've been traveling everywhere, going to see games. So that's really fun. And basketball too, and I'm really into women's basketball. And USC has a wonderful women's basketball. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jason Galkin. I am the Court Executive Officer in Riverside County. I'm supposed to say what region I'm from, so that's Southern California, but I'm in Riverside by way of Nevada, by way of Colusa, by way of Orange, by way of LA, by way of the East Coast. So I've made my way around the horn a few times. My expertise, obviously, as an administrator, kind of started when I was in Orange County. I worked part-time in a self-help center. I also was in their contracts unit negotiating contracts, including those with Legal Aid Society of Orange County and partnership grants. So that's where I got my start associated with programs related to Legal Services Trust Fund Commission. I think I've been in the commission now probably 4 years. It started during COVID. I still remember the meeting. My orientation was like in my living room, like trying to figure out what's going on. Fun fact, besides my transplant nature, for a very short period of time, probably a couple of years, and if you look up my name, you'll find it somewhere, I was the youngest CEO in the state and the youngest CEO at an age of appointment in state history for the court system. And then I very quickly passed that baton to a colleague of mine, and now I no longer have to bear that burden of being the youngest ever. Now I just have the youngest ever in a large court. So that's my mildly fun professional fact.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Smith. I come from the Bay Area region. I'm the former executive director of Family Violence Appellate Project, which is a grant recipient of the Trust Fund Commission as a support center. So that's my expertise, is in receiving the grants, running a legal aid organization, specifically a support center, and substantive areas of law, domestic violence, and appeals. Fun fact, I'm a big Duke basketball fan, and this season looks really good for us, so go Devils.
I'm Bob Stalker. I started in legal services during the Nixon administration as a Vista volunteer in Oregon, and then later spent about 20 years in Seattle doing legal services work. Moved to California in 2002 to work for legal services in Northern California, and I'm now a volunteer with that program. Let's see. But fun, it's not very fun, but the fact is I was just telling Erin, my wife was on this commission about 15 years ago, and so it's a family thing.
Cliff Klein, retired DA, retired judge, now doing the mediation mainly in the probate area. My relevant experience was I spent 4.5 years in mental health courts, relevant to this committee because the conservatorship court is quite similar to the care courts. Back on that committee, basically a boring person. I'm searching for a fun fact, but 2 weeks ago I was in Peruvian Amazon.
Oh.
So that's fun, right? Totally different from here. Contrasts, best I can do.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Vanetta Campbell, faculty at Cal State Long Beach in social work. Born in the city, San Francisco, lived in LA for 20 years, and really interested in social policy, social justice, and really serving. Fun fact, I have no athletic ability. I'm a great spectator. And the Clippers and the Lakers are playing tonight, right there.
Oh.
I'll stand outside. The Clippers, I'm a Clipper fan.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Joyce Song. I'm the program director for OANI. I'm their director of grant making. Most recently, I've been in philanthropy. I work in various family foundations and family offices, advising families on their philanthropy, both in California and abroad. But my roots are really in human rights and legal aid. I work in women's rights organizations in the Middle East and North Africa, and also spent some time as a legal aid attorney and director at a Bay Area legal aid organization. Oh, I'm really into Instagram recipes. So I found the most random things that allow me to make meals in like 5 minutes for my kids.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sylvia Nom. I'm a senior program analyst in the Office of Access and Inclusion in the LA office. I joined last November, and before that, I was an academic. I was a faculty at UC Irvine. Let's see, fun fact about me, I had 15 minutes of fame because I was speaking in the New York Times podcast, so I got to go to their masthead meeting, and Sarah Jessica Parker was there, and I was I was recognized by the reporters, but less than a sheep dog, Instagram famous dog, that was also there. So I was second. Me, and then Sarah Jessica. Hello everyone, Jennifer Zelnick. I'm a lead program analyst in the LA office. I've been at the State Bar for about 2.5 years. Before joining the State Bar, I got a PhD in anthropology, also from UC Irvine. And a fun fact about me is that I was published in the New York Times when I was 7. I won one of their write in and tells a story about your life stories.
Hi, I'm Shannon Crossley, Program Coordinator in the Office of Access and Inclusion. I've been with the State Bar for 5 years. Before this, I was in the State Bar Court. Fun fact about me is I actually prefer to drive stick shift instead of
I am Kim Workley, Office of Access and Inclusion, San Francisco office. I've been with the State Bar 24 years, getting close to 25. Fun fact I'm willing to share. I'm a Duke basketball fan also.
Hi, everybody. I'm Heidi Slater. I am a program manager with the Office of Access and Inclusion. I've been in the LA area for a very long time. The fun fact about me is I've only been a waitress once, and I was a cater waiter, well, a couple of times at Barbara Streisand's house.
Wow.
So more than one night. You survived more than one night.
Yes, I went back again. It takes a really long time to pay people, though, just so you know.
Hi, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Hahn. I'm a program manager, also in the Office of Access and Inclusion. I've been with the State Bar for about 7.5 years now. Prior to joining the State Bar, I was a legal aid attorney for about 13 years at 2 of our grantee organizations. And the fun fact is during the pandemic, I took up gardening, which was mostly pulling weeds. But I've also have now like a fruiting lemon tree and sometimes broccoli.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Crystal Bending, Principal Program Analyst with the Office of Access and Inclusion. I've been with the State Bar 10 years, with ONI the last 6, I believe, and then prior to that, I was in admissions for the 4 years. Fun fact about me, I guess it's been a handful of years, but I used to be a competitive powerlifter.
Oh, wow.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brady Dewar. I'm an Assistant General Counsel at the State Bar's Office of General Counsel. I come from a background of corporate litigation, but for the past 6.5 years, I've been here at OGC, where I've gotten to support Office of Access and Inclusion that whole time, which has been a privilege. I also do general litigation, supervise our practice of Supreme Court petitions and general advice work. I don't think I've been in the New York Times, but I've done their crossword puzzle like every day.
I'm Bridget Grammy. I'm special counsel here at the State Bar in the division that oversees access and inclusion. So I work with Dawn and her team. I've been at the State Bar for about 3.5 years. Prior to that, I worked I was the administrative director of the Center for Public Interest Law at the University of San Diego Law School. Okay, I'm intimidated by everyone's fun fact. I feel like I don't have a lot of fun, but I would say, actually, I thought of one thing. So when I was, before law school, I volunteered in Guatemala City for a while. And we went and climbed a volcano that erupted the very next day. Oh. So that's kind of scary. There you go.
Good morning. My name is Chris McConkey. I'm a program manager in the Office of Access and Inclusion. Been at the State Bar for about 4.5 years. And before that, I was a staff attorney and a senior staff attorney, and then for a short period, a director of finance at various grantees that the commission funds, Disability Rights Legal Center and Law Justice. And I was at a loss for a fun fact until I heard Elizabeth describing gardening. And so kind of in the spirit of that fact, my fun fact is that the only plants I have ever kept alive are money trees, and that's it. So succulents slowly die, everything, Boston ferns have slowly died. It doesn't matter what temperature I set the AC at, or if I spray water on them, but money trees survive, and so I have 5 money trees, which is, you really only need 0 to 1, but I really wish I could stay alive, so I just filled my home with money trees. Yes.
Hi, my name is Ronald Duran. I'm an assistant general counsel in the Office of General Counsel of Grantees. I've been with the bar almost 3 years, and before that, I was in a law firm doing corporate litigation. From the Bay Area, and I guess my fun fact is in law school, I externed at the California Supreme Court, and my supervisor there was none other than Justice.
Hi, I'm Judge Julie Wayne Gutierrez. I'm with the Sacramento Superior Court. Once upon a time, and I never checked the records, but I used to be the co-chair of this commission. Once upon a time, I don't look as old as I am. I'm old. Let's see. And so my background is I'm an LA transplant to Northern California. I'm from Sacramento now. Originally South Pasadena. Go Tigers! I think it's South Pasadena. All right. I used to do different legal aid projects. I tried to revive the Asian Legal Services Outreach in Sacramento. And then I went to work for the state, and I am formerly with the Attorney General's office, and I was in the HEW section, Health, Education, and Welfare. So many of the constituents that we serve here. So, and then now I am serving on the family law bench. So I have a different perspective of how important work is that we do here. So. Oh, and my fun fact. I am a Girl Scout leader, and I'm also a Scout Master for a female Scouts BSA troop, and we just went snow camping last week.
Oh,
yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Xavier Vargas, a public member on the commission. I've been on it for a couple of years now, almost a couple of years, and I have a business background, so my experiences started my career in finance at a big bank, moving over to health delivery during the pandemic on behalf of the city, most recently working in a public education school system here in LA. So a lot of stuff across the coast, just trying to do some social good with some skill sets. And a fun fact, I have a 3.5-year-old who was very excited to try soccer this spring. Starts in a couple of months, and every weekend we are hitting the park and doing soccer practice. So my hamstrings have gotten a lot more flexible in the last few weeks, and hopefully I'll touch my toes in the next few weeks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sunny Huang, and I am Stockton, California, born and raised. That's probably my fun fact, too. My background is in contracts negotiation, energy law, and risk management. So being a risk manager, my families would probably think I am no fun. So that's why I keep one in Stockton. It's fun.
Good morning. I'm Ken Babcock. I'm a new member of the commission. Very happy to be here. I am a former employee of 2 different grantees. I was the director of the Consumer Law Project at Public Counsel for 11 years, And then I was the executive director at the Public Law Center for 22 years. So that's the background that I bring to this commission's work. My fun fact is that I am an avid but sadly mediocre golfer. That's all.
Me too. Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Alikani. I'm a consumer and patient advocate with a number of different healthcare organizations. I'm a consumer representative for the FDA for a couple of different advisory panels for cardiovascular and renal drugs, and also medical devices. And this month is American Heart Month. And so that's why I'm in red. And I see I have a partner over there. We have to get you guys together. You have to wear more red during American Heart Month. And you have to take care of your heart. That's the message. It's the number one killer in the world. And there's so much stress and all these things going on these days. Every time you turn on the TV, there's much stress news. So, so heart health is really important. And that's my big concern. I'm a heart survivor of a really rare form of congenital heart disease that I was born with, and it took 48 years for me to get diagnosed. I was misdiagnosed for 48 years. And when they said I was lucky to be alive and every day I live is a lucky day, that's when I decided to dedicate my life to using my voice to help other patients and other healthcare consumers to increase voices to help improve healthcare across the country and around the world. And so I'm also a member of the Partnership for Quality Management panel for working, that's run by Battelle. And we actually advise the government on how to improve healthcare quality. And so it's really important for all of us. And before I was diagnosed and became a patient and consumer advocate, I'm a USC graduate, go Trojans. And I worked in fundraising and development at USC for several years. I worked on the Scripter Award, Best Book Adapted to Screenplay, and also in editorial work with some different academic journals. And so I like writing. I write a lot, and I've co-authored several different articles in healthcare, and if you get a chance, check them out on the internet. And I became a commissioner about a year and a half ago, I think, and I really like this because it's a chance for me to help to increase, consumer voices and patient voices and help protect consumers. And this is really important. And that's what I love about the commission. All of our efforts help consumers and people just living in the community with different needs. This is really important. And before I became a commissioner, I actually applied for assistance and received help from one of the programs that the commission funds. So I know firsthand about the great outcomes that our work does in the community. It helped me a lot, and I love that we're helping a lot of people. And quality of life is so important. And for patients, for anybody, when you don't have a good quality of life, and you're a victim of fraud and all kinds of other crime that's going on these days, and you really need help and you can't afford a lawyer, it's great to be able to go to programs that we fund in the community. And I just love that, and I'm so proud of it. Everywhere I go, I talk about it. So, fun fact, I love travel. I love arts, languages, and cultures. From learning about different cultures from around the world. My husband is from overseas, and in college I studied a lot of different languages. I studied different language requirement, Arabic, I studied German, a little Russian, and a little French. So, and I traveled last summer to France, Paris, had a great time there, and also Italy. So, great to be here. Good to meet everybody again.
Good morning. I'm Efraín Escobedo. I've been on the commission for about 2 years. I currently serve as CEO of the Center for Nonprofit Management. We're based here in LA and focused on the nonprofit social impact sector here in Southern California. My background, I was born and raised here in the southeast part of LA in a small city, Bell Gardens. Very proud to be from the southeast. And my career has been sort of in nonprofit, local government, philanthropy. So primarily in the advocacy around voting rights and immigrant rights. Last 10 years I spent in philanthropy under the tutelage of Antonio Hernandez, who's an amazing mentor and recently retired. Two things that from my background I draw a lot of inspiration from, particularly in these current times. One is advocacy campaign work around a campaign that was called Ya es hora, It's Time, in 2006, where we helped to naturalize over 1 million individuals that then got to vote in the 2008 elections. And then in 2016, being part of a public-private team that launched the LA Justice Fund here in LA County, which was our deportation defense safety net with public and private dollars. Fun fact, I am a huge Dodger fan. I bleed blue. And so this past weekend, I just got back from our annual pilgrimage to Camelback Ranch, watching our Dodgers in spring training. And we documented, it was our 15th year in a row that we've done spring training. So I'm looking forward to March 27th.
Patience Milrod. I've been on the commission maybe 2.5 years, of who's counting. But I applied to join because actually in 2022, it must have been 2023, I joined, but I applied because there were no Central Valley representatives. And also when I applied, I was just leaving, I had just quit my role as executive director of Central California Legal Services. And I wanted to bring, now I'm counting 4 of us who could, if we wanted to, be part of an executive director, grantee executive director, former ED caucus or something. But it seemed to me that it might be helpful to have a little reality check from the ED point of view on this commission. And those of you who've sat in meetings with me will know that I can be crabby about some of those issues that we saw as a grantee. So I'm from the Central Valley. I'm a litigator. I found my adventures as an administrator to be less than fun. So when I quit in 2022, I told everybody I'm going back into the wild. So I'm doing litigation again, mostly impact work, just having a lot of fun. Fun fact, I have a FCC license as a DJ. In 1980, I was one of the first programmers for Radio Bilingüe, which is, okay, people are nodding. Anyway, so I did that for about 4 years. It's very time and it was very exciting.
So I'll just add, Catherine Blakemore, I will add to the ED corner over here, former ED really. I joined the commission sometime in 2020, I think. It was one of the things I did during the COVID pandemic. I left the organization I had left, Disability Rights California, 2.5 weeks before the lockdown. So all of my travel plans went away. So I did this instead, which has been great. And I'm now appointed by the Senate as their representative. I worked in legal aid my entire career, so about 40 some years, similar to Ken. and at either 3 or 4 different programs of different sizes. So the last place I worked was a statewide program. We provided direct services in all 58 counties and did that through about somewhere between 25 and 30 different offices. And a fun fact, I was going to share something else, but you inspired me. I once did a marathon for the Heart Association in Orange County and raised money for them.
Great, thank you. Judge Rossi, do you want to do, and then we'll have Judge Yang.
Can I add something? I'm sorry. I want to apologize. A not fun fact. I am mostly deaf. I wear 2 hearing aids. So I would so appreciate it if people would speak up. And if I start waving over here, it means I can't hear.
I can't hear. She can't hear. And the microphones don't pick. I just whispered this to Erica. They're microphones for Zoom, but they don't amplify the voices. So anybody speaking over there, I have no idea what your fun fact was.
Yeah.
Great. So we're going to encourage everyone to speak up when you do. Thank you.
Is there a way to get microphones?
Yeah, I didn't know these rooms had microphones. Surprised too, but maybe we will figure it out.
While they look for those, why don't we finish up? Judge Rossi, if you want to.
Was that Catherine that said that she couldn't hear?
Catherine and Patience.
Okay. Can you hear me, Catherine and Patience?
We can hear
the
Zoom
Zoom,
people fine. It's people in the room.
Oh, in the room.
because it's
Okay,
not
great.
mics in the room.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry that I am not with you. I'll make that my less than fun fact later, but I'm Judge Kristen Rosie. I'm a judge here in Northern California. I've been on the bench for about 17 years now. Prior to that, I worked as a...
No, louder.
Okay, sorry about that. I worked as a senior attorney for another California state agency. This is my first year on the commission. I spent 5 years on the State Bars Council on Access and Fairness, COAF, and that is how I became acquainted with the Trust Fund Commission. My not so fun fact is that I had eye surgery yesterday, which is why I'm not there with you today. But having just got back from my doctor's office, I can now see 20/20 for the first time in my entire life, which is pretty amazing. And unlike Judge Wang Gutierrez, it turns out that I actually look older than I am, and I just couldn't tell that until today, when I was able to actually see myself for the first time in a mirror. So for those of you who I know really well in the room, I wish you had told me. The less than fun fact is that it turns out now I can see at a distance, but I can't see my own phone. So, so I guess that's the trade-off. But I am sorry that I am not able to be there with you. For the State Bar staff that is there, they know that I love an in-person meeting, and I am very sad that I can't be there with you today.
Judge Yang?
Good morning. I'm also sad I cannot be with you in person. I'm Brian Yang, and I serve on the LA Superior Court. I currently preside over a civil independent calendar courtroom, but previously presided over a family law courtroom for many years, and I saw firsthand the need for legal aid and the legal aid and the impact that legal aid providers have almost on a daily basis. Prior to my appointment, I was with the U.S. Attorney's Office as a federal prosecutor, and before that, I was in private practice doing criminal defense, business disputes, and patent litigation. I'm the immediate past chair of the American Bar Association's Standing Committee on Legal Aid and Indigent Defense. My fun fact, and one that I probably overuse, is that as a first-year law student, I tried out to be a backup dancer for Destiny's Child. I did not meet Beyonce, Kelly, or Michelle, and they quickly told me to the left. So I stayed in law school and here I am.
Thank you, Judge Yang. Melanie.
Hardest time finding that unmute button. Hi, my name is Melanie Snyder, and I am a supervising attorney with the Judicial Council's Center for Families, Children, and the Courts. I am here as a liaison to the Judicial Council today, and that's my role with this group. Formerly, I was actually on the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission as a commissioner, and I served for many years. While I worked in the trial courts running for 4 counties self-help centers. Prior to that, I had a family law practice and I also worked in juvenile dependency. And prior to that, I was a lobbyist and worked on women's rights and child support. And my fun fact is that I'm a tournament archer and I have an archery tournament in Las Vegas next week. So I'm really excited to go. And I just want to take this little minute because I'm very excited. We have a new senior analyst, our former senior analyst that helped to serve as liaison to this commission, Laura Brown, moved on to another position. And today I am really pleased to introduce Yoon Kim to you. And I hope it's okay if I just turn it over to her from here.
That's great.
Hi, my name is Yoon Kim. I'm at the Judicial Council for Center for Families, Children, and Courts. I'm working with Melanie. I've been with the Judicial Council for over 20 years, working on various different grant programs, the Access Visitation, AB 1058 child support programs. And I'm really excited to participate and learn a lot from you guys. Very impressive people. My background before the Judicial Council, I worked with some nonprofit organizations such as the Asian Law Caucus, Pesticide Action Network. So I have some experience working with various nonprofit agencies. And my fun fact is that last year I went on a 100-mile hiking trek around the Tour de Mont Blanc in France, Italy, and Spain. Wait, where am I? Switzerland, sorry. So that's my fun fact. Yeah, it's for 10 days.
Thank you and welcome. We have 2 more who joined us a little bit later. So I'll start with Eloina, one of our commissioners. So we're doing name, a little bit of background, and a fun fact.
Sure. Apologies for my lateness. My flight was delayed this morning. So I am Eloina Gonzalez. This is my 2nd year on the commission. I am a managing attorney. Oh, can you hear me better? Okay. I am a managing attorney with the Alameda County Superior Court Self-Help Center and the family law facilitator for Alameda County. I am very familiar with the various partnership grants and EAFP program, etc. We have several partnerships with various legal aid agencies in the county. So I am very passionate about those programs. And fun fact, and I've been working and practicing in Alameda County for 23 years now. And I once worked with Elizabeth Hom. She was with the Alameda County Bar Association. So we know each other from many years ago. And a fun fact, I don't know if it's so fun. I got my first cavity a few years ago, but it is sort of giving me problems now. So I think that just comes with aging. So I will go ahead and pass it over to
Selena.
Hello. Okay. I think I was on the same delay flight with you. And I was listening in, so I was able to hear everyone's fun facts. Selena Copeland, she, her pronouns, Executive Director of Legal Aid Association California. I'm a liaison. I'm originally from Texas, but I've been in California now for 20-something years. And my fun fact, I was going to say powerlifting, but Crystal beat me to it. I took up pottery this year and I am terrible at it, and it's lovely to be learning a hobby that you don't have to be really good at. So I keep recommending to all my friends to learn something new that you don't have to be good at.
All right, well, thank you all, and I hope that today we all get an opportunity to, let's see if this actually works. Oh, there we go. An opportunity to continue to get to know each other, and thank you for doing this icebreaker as an initial thing. I will note, my understanding is there's a member of the public online who has their hand raised, so we will allow 2 minutes of public comment. We have a pretty chock full agenda, so usually we do 3, but we're gonna do 2 today just because we have a lot to get to.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Erica Farmer. I am a prospective lawyer, and I just want to make a comment about how the bar exam is impacting access to justice right now. As some of you may know, the California bar exam, the February exam, occurred just a few days ago, and it was plagued by technical difficulties, questionable multiple choice questions, and server crashes that led to every single taker on the second day being kicked off the system, just for some of the many issues that the bar exam takers faced. And I think that this is really an access to justice issue because many of us expect that we're going to fail the bar exam because of the failures of the California bar. We expect that we are going to not be able to become lawyers in the time frame allocated, and this is going to lead to an increase in the shortage of lawyers in California, which is a huge reason why people face difficulty accessing justice. As someone who worked as a paralegal in public defense, I know very well that there are a huge number of people who do not have access to attorneys because there aren't enough attorneys. Well, now we've got a situation where the California bar, in an effort to save money, ended up creating an inequitable bar exam that was inaccessible, and now there are going to be even fewer new attorneys coming into the system. And I expect this will happen again in July because they're using a horrible proctor system and a horrible administration system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Okay, and I assume, is there anyone else that has raised their hand for public comment? No. No, okay. All right. Let's get into our agenda item number 2, which is the director's report. And I'll turn it over to Juan for that.
And I'm just going to be quick. And I'm going to go through kind of the agenda at a high level, and I know everybody's seen it, but so for today, we're going to start out after my report. We have an implicit bias training. We actually have never done one for the commission. We thought it might be wise to do one just because of all the grant making we do and looking at applications and interfacing with our grantees, as well as we have a large staff. We're going to be ambitious and try to then go into our business item right after that and try to discuss and approve our charters right before lunch. If we run behind, then we might have to cut short lunch and then we'll just do a working lunch. But hopefully we can give you all a half an hour break to check email and so forth. And then when we come back from lunch, we're going to vote on the consent agenda item. And then this meeting is different than other commission meetings that you'll see in the afternoon. We have a series of curated presentations for you, so you can kind of get a flavor of what the staff is doing, what we would hope that the commission would take on. And I think you saw in your meeting materials, the last item for the day is approval of the work plan. It is a very ambitious work plan. And obviously we could not feature every single item on that work plan in a presentation. So what we tried to do was pull out 3 or 4 items that we thought would be noteworthy that we could use your kind of opinion, your advice, your initial impressions on. As you all know, it's been a quite busy few months since November, and so we'll be doing a lot more reporting out during those agenda items. But that's kind of the tempo for today. And then I have a IOLTA revenue update for you all. So for 2024, we closed out the year with $225 million in IOLTA revenue. 2025, we are projecting $120 million. So we always knew there was going to be a drop. Last year, the distribution was high because we had projected low a couple years before then, and then the high interest rates were still maintained, and last year they started dropping. So this year, we actually have kept in our projection a 1 basis point, 1% drop by the end of the year. We actually don't know if that's going to happen. If you've been following the news, inflation is still high, so we don't know now if the Federal Reserve they had communicated last year that they were starting to ease, and they had done a couple drops last year. So in our projection last year that we're carrying through this year, we thought that was going to continue. We don't know if that is not going to continue, so we're going to be conservative and build that in. So even with $120 million kind of revenue this year, we think that we could still probably distribute about $170 million for next year, which is still a very large amount of money for your distribution. For the new commissioners, in the June meeting, the meeting, the third meeting of the year is when we kind of talk about the distribution. For this year, though, one of the changes, structural changes, is usually the staff brings a recommendation directly to the full commission. What we're going to do, because it's such an important agenda item, is we're actually going to take it to XCOM and have them vet the recommendation, and then we'll bring it to you all to approve and have a fuller discussion. So IOLTA revenue, I'm very pleased to say that it's still maintaining strong. It will help tremendously. As you all know, if you've been following the news, there are lots of threats to federal funding right now. There are just lots of threats to legal aid. So there is a bright spot that IOLTA revenue is strong, and we are just very happy to kind of report that out to you and to share that with the community. One other thing I do want to report out is we've been trying to brainstorm in our office kind of ways to support grantees during this very, very difficult time. One thing that we have done, we issue our IOLTA and EF payments and core payments. With IOLTA, what we did as a courtesy to our programs earlier this year is we had programs opted in to take an earlier election of their Q2 IOLTA payments, and there are several programs that did because they're already feeling the federal funding cuts or cuts in philanthropy. We are trying to brainstorm kind of other strategies like that to better support our programs, but you'll hear more about that work in the afternoon. That's it for my report.
Question? Of course. There's a number of people here at sort of the elephant room who worked in.
Can you turn on your microphone there?
Tried to work what appears to be DEI. Is that going to be affected by obviously what's going on in the news?
I mean, it's hard to say. Our office does do initiatives around diversity, equity, inclusion. Elizabeth runs that side of the office, and we're going to be interfacing with nonprofits and with our organizations. But you want to say a little bit more about the DEI work?
Sure. I just want to say at the state bar, we are statutorily mandated to prioritize diversity, access, and fairness in the legal profession, as well as elimination of bias. And so the state bar will be continuing to keep the programs that we have related to those to support that work. And so we are sensitive, though, to the national climate and pressures that some of our grantees are feeling related to some of those executive orders. And so we are hoping to reach out to them and gather more information so that we can be responsive.
Okay, thank you for the report, Juan. Why don't we move into, we're going to take things out of order and, as Juan mentioned, and start with our implicit bias training. So we have a consultant here who's going to conduct the training with us. So Catrice Monson, she's coming in. Really appreciate her doing this work for us. By the way, Judge Rosie and Judge Yang, are you able to hear us online? Okay, great. Just want to make sure. Okay.
Maybe just everybody remember when you're speaking to turn your microphones on, because when you don't have a microphone on, it's hard to hear on the side.
Also, as we're transitioning, if anyone needs their coffee refill, or this might be a good time to grab that. Oh, hi.
Patrice, we have a few commissioners online too. Yeah.
Turn on the microphone, or you can just turn it on and then it's screen. Oh, okay.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm good now.
Yeah.
Are you ready for us? Okay. The floor is yours.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having us here. I'm Catrice Munson from Groupfully. I started this company back in September of 2020. I'll give you a little bit more about my background, but I also wanted to introduce Nisha here. She's a 3L at UCLA Law, and she is the Groupfully intern for this semester. Observing. Thank you for allowing us to do that and having us here. Like I said, I started Groupfully, which is a learning and development company and does workplace training, both on the compliance and culture side. I've worked with the State Bar since 2020, actually working on the implicit bias module. And we just finished it up, revising it, and have done a couple of trainings. So again, happy to be here. I spent the greater part of my career at CBS Studios and the broadcasting company doing labor relations, actually negotiating union contracts on their behalf across those divisions. So radio, television, studio, film, facilities, all that good stuff. And then I pivoted into diversity, equity, and inclusion in 2016. I started their department on the West Coast, focusing on workplace initiatives, and I did that up until 2020 when I left and started my own company. And I always wanted to do something entrepreneurial. I really liked the work. I wanted to figure out a way to combine my skill set. So I also do trainings on how to work with the union workforce. So that combine that years of labor relations. But what I love most is bringing people together, having conversations like we're going to have today. Talking about implicit bias, talking about everyday acts of exclusion. So we'll get into that, and allyship. Feel free to ask questions. This is the best when you all are talking and testing and debating in a respectful way. So we're gonna definitely do that. Just a few ground rules that I put up here that I like to talk about before jumping in. So this is a process. Many of us are in different places on this journey, right? I told you I started in 2016. I had been interested in the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, and bias and all these things, but I didn't know as much as I, of course, know today, thank goodness, right? But I stumbled and I have made mistakes, and I think all of us do because we're human. So we're gonna assume good intent and that this is a process. The key here is learning from the mistake, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So with that, it can get a little wiggly, I like to say. It can get a little uncomfortable, and that's a good thing. That means you're in that growth mindset and that you're kind of pushing up against those times where you are comfortable, right? So it stays with you and you learn that way. And then the other thing is, if you do make a comment, if you ask a question, you're sharing your experience, it's just yours. It's your experience. You don't need to feel like you are bringing or responsible for an entire identity group or community. You're just going to talk about your lived experience. And then I'm putting my glasses on because I can't even see here. You're curious, ask questions. So stay curious. And there's not much I haven't heard or questions I haven't fielded. And so this is a good place if inquiring minds want to know, this is a good place to do that. Okay, so what we're going to cover is a lot, right? We're going to level set on language. We're going to talk about implicit bias or unconscious bias. Those are interchangeable. So in common type, I mentioned everyday acts of exclusion. That's my phrase. Many of you have heard the term micro inequity or micro aggression. We'll get into why I've changed the phrase a little bit here, but we'll talk about that. And then power dynamics and allyship, and then some strategies. I'll leave you with that at the end of the day. Okay. So first, like I said, level setting, and we'll just do this quickly, but we're all hearing diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want to make sure that us in this room today level set on that and talk about, we all know what we're talking about here. So just curious if anyone wants to throw out your definition, a word, when you think of the term diversity. I'm going to get you all talking, so whoever wants to start. And there's yeah.
Just rich perspectives.
Rich perspective?
Rich perspective.
Yes, for sure. Definitely. I like that. Yeah.
When I hear diversity, I think about equity.
Oh, yes, which we're going to talk about also. Yeah.
That's for everybody.
Okay. So everybody and equity, like that.
Well, I mean, my understanding to the definition.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry, which sometimes have some problems with. It's obviously different races, religion, nationalities, gender identification.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the whole laundry list, but
yeah,
that's traditionally how I view diversity. Where I think it gets a little tricky at times is diversity of experience can be very different among groups. Mm-hmm. And so you can have a wealthy, I'm Jewish, I'll say a wealthy Cuban Jew, mm-hmm. or a Black who's lived a very upper middle class top schools. And I think that's one of the issues, spoken or unspoken, in diversity, is that does that truly promote diversity if you're only looking at skin color, nationality versus life experience?
Right.
More of a class look.
Well, I think you hit on some interesting points because your neighbor next to you talked about rich perspective, right? Which also different types of perspective and background. So all of those things that you're talking about really makes up us. So I love that you brought that up because the next slide here, I've got my definition about diversity is both visible and invisible, right? So a lot of the things that you talked about, when you talk about class, you talk about religion that may or may not be visible to folks. Socioeconomic, we don't know, that's invisible. Education, invisible until somebody tells you, right? Like what that experience is. So thinking about all that you all just mentioned, dimensions of diversity, that's what I want you to think about. So you mentioned all the laundry list, right? So many of us as lawyers, we think of protected characteristics, protected classes. But the diversity that we're talking about is really about this iceberg. So, and thinking about that, everything you mentioned or much of it is below that waterline, is below the surface. We don't get to know about these things about each of us until we start having conversation. We're going to learn a lot more about each other as we sit here today. You're going to learn some about me, some about Misha, right? So you don't yet know my marital status. You might guess maybe my thinking style. You're hearing the language that I speak, but maybe I speak 5 other languages as well, right? So we make a lot of assumptions about someone's background, somebody's, lived experience, even as you talked about. So think about this slide as we go through this session today, right? And so also 10%. As we walked in, we get to know each other. You see me, you know 10% about me. I gave you a little bit more background, so maybe you can figure out education, job level, maybe, right? But the point of all this is we have to let people tell their own story. We make a lot of assumptions, and that's where bias comes in, that implicit bias. It's those assumptions or judgments that we make about people. So we'll refer back to this slide a lot. And with that, I want you to turn to your neighbor, whoever you pick, and I want you to take just 30 seconds to do some I am statements. And what that is, I'll do it for myself, is I am a lawyer, I am a business owner, I am a partner, I'm a daughter, I'm a favorite aunt, I'm a dog lover. So I want you to do that exercise with the person next to you. And as you're sitting there doing that, so you each get 30 seconds, and it gets hard, right? Because we got to keep thinking of things, but that's part of the nugget here. What surprises you about the person that you're doing this exercise with? What common ground do you have? What differences? Maybe you made assumptions. So I'm going to have you do that. The folks online there, if you can find your person in the chat function. So I can't see.
Unfortunately, our chat is disabled.
Oh.
Apologies.
Can they go into
a room?
The rooms are only for meetings.
Oh, so they can't do a breakout. Okay. Okay, well, write them down. Write down your I am statements. And we'll talk to you. But you all here in the room with me, turn to your partner.
Hi, how are you? I'm Jody. Do I just do the whole human. I'm a hard worker. I love you. My best friend's actually the best we were together. I'm in a black.
Okay, time. Okay. All that. Yeah, I want to talk. I just want to hear from maybe 2 or 3 pairs about your experience doing this exercise, what you learned, what was surprising.
We didn't know we were supposed to switch, so we.
Oh, okay. Well, at the break.
Give us another 30 seconds.
Okay, okay. All right. You're a convincing.
Sorry.
I was not coordinating.
When I saw the questions, it was nicer to so I just thought that it's like.
But I'm.
Okay.
That's the thing I told
Okay. Who wants to share?
I'm open to sharing.
Perfect.
Yeah, so,
Microphone.
oh, sorry. Apologies. So one of the things that was compelling for me is that in this short conversation, we realized that we have more in common. We're more alike than we're different, which one wouldn't guess from looking at me. I'm a tall Black man. She is, I'm assuming, is a white woman. But the things that we mentioned were probably much more alike than we're different, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And surprising.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and just to ask you a couple of questions, in terms of that iceberg, the below the waterline stuff, that's where you found the difference or similarities?
What do you mean by below the
So
water?
that, back to that graphic, were there things below the waterline that you were like, oh, we're similar?
Yeah.
Those are the common things. Okay. So interesting you said that, because you talked about the things above the line that, you know, you identified as Black man, white woman. So these are the 10%. So just in that 60 seconds or a minute and a half, you learned I've started to learn about the 90%. Asking questions, listening. Okay, so thank you. Anybody else? Any other parents? Surprise. Yeah.
I'll just say, one of the things I appreciated was not really talking about work-related things, which I think, to your point, gets below the surface, because we just heard these introductions and sort of learned about people's work and really appreciated the commonalities that were beneath that surface.
Yeah, I love that, because you did just spend some time introducing yourselves, right? But even in this another 60 seconds or so, you got a little bit more. And that's the thing, the more time you spend with people, understanding maybe where they're coming from and their lived experience. Let's say then fast forward a couple weeks, months, and there's a conflict or disagreement. These nuggets, these facts, this information can help you work through those. And that's sort of sometimes what we're lacking in our regular day-to-day, right, folks? So thank you for that. Okay, so I talked also about inclusion when I said about our level setting, and belonging to me goes with that. Anyone want to take a stab at what a definition or word, phrase to talk about what is inclusion and belonging? A little more abstract.
I could take a stab. For me at least, it means like that your like self-worth is valuable, your presence is important.
Yes. Beautiful. Yeah. So inclusion and belonging, you talked about that your value, right? Your contributions are important. That's where, you know, when we know we have an inclusive environment when people can show up here and they can try. You can experiment, you can put ideas out there, and maybe it's not the idea that you go with, but it gives other people an opportunity to hear it, you build on that, and you want people to be able to do that, right? That's when we know we have an inclusive environment, and they're valued. So whatever you say or bring to the table, people appreciate, hear it. Again, this is not about agreeing all the time, but listening to people, showing people that they, you know, are being heard and seen. So I like to joke with my clients. A lot of times I work with all kind of small, big, large companies, sometimes shows, and I say that people tell me, we have a very inclusive environment. And I said, well, when I ask your employees, I want to hear what they say if it's an inclusive environment. So that's where when you guys get to tell us, you all tell us that it's an inclusive environment. Okay, so equality versus equity, and you, I don't know your name down there in the corner, but you brought up equity related to diversity, right? And I love that, because this is a chunk of what we're talking about. Equity is where we recognize that people show up with different circumstances and in different conditions, different lived experience, different ability, different skill sets. Equality is what we talk about from day one, right? We grow up thinking like, oh, we're striving for equality. Everyone is equal. We hope that we can get there, right? But what we know is that we all show up at this table with different circumstances and conditions. So I love this graphic, and many of you have probably seen it, or you've seen the one where there's apple crates and you've got people standing, you know, and being able to see over the fence type of thing. This one I like because this is our daily lives. We all go to the corner and have had this experience. So on the equality side, where that curb is a typical curb in many situations, not everyone is going to get down off that curb safely, intact. On the equity side, we're meeting people where they're at. We've created mechanisms, devices, so that people can get down off that curb safely. And we're recognizing that not everyone gets to the curb in the same way. So this is really, you know, we're talking about processes, we're talking about systems to create situations where people can do their best work with that acknowledgement that we don't all come with the same conditions and circumstances. Any questions about those terms? Anything to add to debate? Yeah.
I'll add one thing. If you go back to the graphic,
Yeah.
I think one other important thing to mention is the fact that if you look at the younger child who appears to be able-bodied, it doesn't take anything away from her or anyone else by having a ramp to go downward as opposed to it being a regular curve. So I think that's important to announce as well.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And that's a beautiful observation, because when you talk about true equity and inclusivity, right, it benefits everyone. It doesn't necessarily take away from others, right? We're acknowledging, I love that. That's really, really important. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so now implicit bias. Let me just get to this really quick. We're going to talk about implicit bias. And does anyone have a definition of that? Some of you may have taken sessions like this, unconscious bias or implicit bias.
Yeah, implicit or unconscious bias is you're not aware of it. Surface. Got it. All right. You're basically don't understand. You understand the biases that you may have for a variety of reasons. Explicit is you know you're biased.
Exactly.
Perfect. It's like when you're picking a jury and someone says, "I don't want to serve because I'm a racist."
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So you said unaware, right? So that's what we're really talking about. We're talking about biases that we are unaware of. They're below the surface. I love that you use that example. So conscious or conscious bias are, yes, I am, and I know it, and it's deliberate and it's intentional. What we're going to talk about for the rest of the session is the stuff that we're not as aware of, right? And we'll talk all about, you know, that we all do that type of bias, even though it's very uncomfortable to admit that we do it. But before we get into that, I want you all to shout out for me what you see in this picture. Yes, cute baby. Okay, now say this word for me out loud 5 times. Silk. I want to hear everyone's voice. Silk, 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 silk. Yes, I love it. Okay. And then what does a cow drink?
No.
Water.
No. Oh.
Okay. That cow drinks water. But both answers correct for the purposes of this exercise, because what I really set you all up for with that babies and silk and you know the drill, right? I wanted you to say no. And that's how our brains work on a regular basis. We make assumptions, we make associations, we work in autopilot most of our days, and it usually gets us to the right answer, by the way. But sometimes it doesn't. And so some of you thought, let me pause for a second. I'm being tricked. You laugh. Heard other people saying it. And that pause is critical, because that is going to help you disrupt bias. It is going to be one of the main tools to use, is to slow down and pause. And I'm talking seconds. You saw it, right? You witnessed it. So those are just, you're going to hear me say that over and over again. So thank you for playing. All of you got the right answer. If you said milk or water, because you helped my exercise here. Okay, so shortcuts. That's what we just did. That is part of implicit bias. Shortcuts all day, every day. So we can get through our busy days with all that information that is coming at us right now as we sit here. Billions of bits of information, lights, noise, background noise, typing, all of these things, me talking to you. So we work in that system one autopilot thinking. And as you mentioned down there in the corner, what is it also? Judgments that we're unaware of, spontaneous judgment. And it's based on our experience, our lived experience every day. It's based on media, which is why I love working with media and entertainment, because they have such a huge platform. But I also love working with folks like you all who impact the community, society, have such important work that you all are doing. So getting a hold and understanding of bias, you can have a real impact. Okay, so it's also, we talked a little about what it is. So it's attitudes and stereotyping, and we'll talk about that because stereotyping in and of itself is a type of bias. And it can be favorable and unfavorable. Many times we just assume, right, that all bias is negative or bad, but a lot of times you can, we'll talk about halo bias, you can advantage people when you're more biased for different reasons. And then it's unaware, we're unaware of it, it's unintentional. Different from conscious. You set me up really good with this because your definition talked about this difference, conscious and explicit. And then the spoiler alert is we all do it. Every single one of us in this room. And let me tell you, I would have been somebody that would have said, oh, I don't really have a lot of bias, all the things, right? Before I started spending my days really looking at this, reading studies. So we don't get a pass because we all do it. And it's a way we, operate and work. We just have to figure out ways like the pause and slowing down of disrupting it. Okay. Common types. Oops. So there are many. I've picked a few here. We've got confirmation bias. This is where we look for information to validate what we already believe or think. And I'm certainly not going to talk politics here, but just think about who you support, issues, candidates, all of that, and then where you get information about those things, people. And social media doesn't help with this because it just gives you more of the same that you look at, or hover over, or like. Think about podcasts you listen to or news that you watch. So we do this all the time. We also can do it with people. We look for evidence to validate our conclusions. So if you have somebody in your life who's always late, right? In your mind, always, I'll tell you, always and never, rarely true. But so my partner loves to say that I'm late all the time, right? But I'm not. I'm actually on time or early in many instances, but every once in a while, yes. So he's fixated on this now. And he looks for not the 95% of the time that I'm on time, but the 5% that I'm like, see, you always make us late. Anyway, so we do that. So think about that when you have organizations that you're looking at or different groups of people that are being served. What do you say? What is that always? What is that never? What broad brush? Okay, then we've got groupthink. So this is where maybe you're trying to make decisions and it's that peer pressure, right? So somebody, is verbal and vocal and gets out there and they're like, we should do this or we should support this group, and nobody else is saying anything. And maybe it's time, you just want to get done with the meeting, you just want to make the decision, whatever that looks like, and you don't respectfully protest in a good way, right? Provide new information. So groupthink. Benevolent bias. This is where it can show up in a couple of ways. One, we make decisions and we take away choice from people. This is everything from, I have a staff of people and I'm like, oh, I have a person who's a caregiver, so I'm gonna, not give that person an assignment so that I know they have to get home. Well, I shouldn't be making that choice for them. I need to give them that choice. It also is feedback. Right? When you don't give feedback to people that need it to improve and do better, that's a form of benevolent bias. Status quo. Many of us don't like change. We like to do things the way we've always done them. Status quo bias, right? So how do we overcome that? We make sure people can speak up. We are open to different ways of doing things or looking at things with those different perspectives. Halo and horns effect. So the halo effect is this somebody does something great, there's a group, an organization, that you're looking at, right? They're amazing, but maybe they also have some other issues that you need to consider, but you don't care because you love this group so much. You're just going to filter out any other information, right? The opposite is the horns effect. Ugh, they made a mistake. The person, a group, whatever the case may be, you don't give them any second chances. You don't give them another look. In-group bias or affinity bias, this is where you are great. You have a characteristic, you have a hobby, maybe it's race, maybe it's age or generation, and you're like, oh, that person is like me. That I can relate, right? So I'm going to advantage them. Any of these resonating? Because I'm going to ask you about them and examples. So keep thinking about which one is really popping off for you. Okay, and then stereotyping. So also one that makes us uncomfortable because we're told our whole lives that we're not supposed to stereotype, but I guarantee every single one of us in this room is doing that. And I can tell you because I told you some facts about myself earlier, and I bet that you are thinking, she worked in the entertainment industry 20 years, started her own company, what happened? What's going on there? Like why and this and all the things, right? So if I told you I was born and raised in Los Angeles and, native here, you probably have some thoughts about that. Who knows, good, bad, whatever, but we stereotype all day long. So get familiar with that one, and we're going to talk about ways, and you did it actually by doing that I am exercise. You start to disrupt it by letting people tell their own story, letting people fill in their own gaps, so you're not filling them in for them, right? So I aming with people is very helpful to overcoming stereotype. And then this last one is the contrast effect. So when you're in a position of comparing and contrasting individuals, groups, it's important to make sure you all have criteria in what you do, making sure that you are giving individuals or groups, they're matched up against that criteria. They're not matched up necessarily against the last considered group or individual, right? Let them stand on their own compared to whatever benchmarks and criteria you have created. A lot of times what we do is we say like, oh, I just met with this person or this group when you're interviewing or doing something like that, and then you're comparing the next one to that. And that's not really fair in those various circumstances. So that's the contrast effect. Okay, so I've talked a lot. I want to hear from folks. How are we feeling about these biases? Which ones resonate with you? Let me go back. Which one resonates and how does it come up for you in the work that you all do in this committee? Yes.
In my work, it was good to see them all because you start to think about where do you see them.
Yeah.
But I realized that I work within the sector of nonprofits and particularly in philanthropy, like benevolent bias is just like the big monster, right?
Okay.
It's like a whole part of just running with things, and it's like, I get it. Know the needs. We want to respond in this way. Have we actually talked to the folks that we're saying we want to help to just say what would help you, right? So
very good.
That one resonated a lot with me because I think that's the most frequent.
So making assumptions about what they need even. Very good. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. I see two hands up. Oh.
No, you first.
Yeah, sitting here in a big group, obviously I think group thing resonates a lot. And on my board of directors at my past organization, we used to have a lot of like unanimous votes at board meetings. Like, great, or is it? And so I think it's just something to be really mindful of. Maybe it means we're all on the right track and the staff's doing a great job and they truly are non-controversial decisions, or maybe it should be a moment to pause and think, is this groupthink or is this just a good idea? And the other thing I just wanted to articulate is, you're talking about pausing and building in structural ways to interrupt a lot of these biases. And I think that from the perspective of the commission, building processes where we can be sure that we're, pausing or taking the time to make sure we as a commission and the state bar is taking the time needed to make sure biases aren't influencing decisions. But the tension between that and equity, the slide that you showed us earlier, where some organizations need different things and some might need a boost or a different off-ramp or on-ramp. And how do we sync that with having consistent processes too that can help us interrupt biases?
Very good. Connecting the dots there. I wanted to address too, anyone, actually you go before I hear you.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think this is two sides of the same coin, but in our commission, we have dual roles supporting the practice area that we need to support, right? The ultimate clientele we need to support, the organizations that provide those services, and also the other side of that is to ensure those providers of services are held accountable to their work. And coming from the background that I come from, I find myself kind of like, in some ways, the out group in committee work, where there's a lot of folks who come from the background of working at a provider or very grantee centric. And it's like, well, it's very much the support angle, not the accountability angle. And as a result, it's like I find myself channeling the opposite bias as well of, harder onto the accountability angle because someone's got to channel that side of the coin. Because we have that dual role and they're not always, aligned. Sometimes they're in conflict and we have to balance those two sides.
Why would there be a bias? This is a different job and perspective.
The bias towards support as opposed to accountability, or the bias towards accountability versus support.
Go ahead. I was just gonna, to both of you and your question, it's almost one of the ways you can combat groupthink is to have that sort of what I call an in-house contrarian, right? So when you talk about the dual side or double side of the coin situation, like you want that, right? You want that different perspective to challenge each other. So you're already doing in some ways the mechanism or tool to help overcome that, and acknowledging it though too here is really good.
Yeah, and another thing that obviously in every aspect of professional environment and otherwise, status quo bias is really strong. It's easier, everything's already established. You're sort of, it's very methodical to kind of go through the same process, but and I've been on the commission long enough to have seen a shift in that, because when I first started, there was a lot of that status quo bias. And for reasons that weren't necessarily born out of the commission was sort of forced into a position of looking at some of the status quo and going, how can we adjust it and modify it? And we've got now a whole committee dedicated to looking at what the status quo is as far as practice and the rules and things like that, and seeing what needs to be adjusted and what the community needs are and that sort of thing. And I think we've done a really good job of that over the years in a way that challenges status quo bias, but there's always going to be that tension, I think.
Definitely. Well, the fact that you have, it sounds like you've taken it on as a priority and a task to look at areas, which goes back to systems and processes and looking at equity too. So it's really good.
I've been intrigued by the groupthink discussion, and I'll just observe that I think one of the challenges is the amount of time that there actually exists to have the discussions that allow for different perspectives to be heard. Because if you heard Dwan earlier, like, well, if you're lucky, you'll get lunch today. She said much nicer. But it's the observation that when this commission gets together to do its work, there is an agenda that, in my experience, can't actually be achieved most often in the time that's allowed. And if we want to move to the place of different perspectives are encouraged and we want a full discussion and we're going to use that to make decisions, then I think we have to think about the processes, which is, I think, what this commission is trying to do, of thinking through, like, how do we right size where decisions are made, who's making decisions, how do we, like, all of that to allow that to happen. So it's just, I think we're kind of in a transition around that part, and we have to decide, like, what does it mean to have people that disagree? Right, and how does that get accommodated so we can hear those voices in a meeting where, you know, we're supposed to decide something in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
Great observations, and definitely the reassessment of time. Time, I will tell you, I think it's in this deck, but there's a slide in here where I talk about the stuff of bias and acronym, right? So time constraint, probably the biggest issue for every client group that I have. But sometimes it's time spent for a better result later, right? And I think exactly what we're talking about. Anyone else? Yeah.
I think just following on to Catherine's point, we also have to make all these decisions in public, which I think adds a really interesting element. There isn't an opportunity for us to have a closed door meeting, have a kind of fulsome discussion sort of without, and I'm a fan of government transparency. That's not a criticism, but I do think, to your point, like the groupthink plays, I think, particularly when you're in public, you have public comment, all which is like a good thing to do, but I do think it influences how we, the timing and how we can do things, because we have to agendize things. There's like a whole process versus like, hey, let's just get on, let's just jump on a call and kind of chat through things.
Yeah. Valid, very valid. Yeah.
I don't know if this is on purpose. I'll just talk really loud. But I appreciate the conversation, so I'll just add a point. I think, all those are valid, and sometimes you're not going to get a process that perfectly addresses it all, right? And so to me, what becomes very important, and this is just my perspective, is one, be clear to acknowledge then that your decisions probably have these things in them, right? And say, we're making a decision with what we're doing now, but we should not claim this is fully an inclusive process. This was so great. Everyone should feel great about it. No, we did what we could, and we should expect it. And then the other thing that becomes very important to guard against that is be very mindful and committed to reflection and evaluation, right? We should come back, we should hear from stakeholders, we should know that there are things we may have done that may have left some perspectives out, that may have been rushed and may have not. But to me, it's very important to acknowledge that. And so it's in all the mitigating things you do to say, do we reflect a lot? Do we go back and talk about decisions that we made? Do we do these things? Because no process is going to get it right because of what we just raised, right? Time and the way we got to do
things. Yeah. Setting expectation, like you said in the beginning, I think is really important. And appreciation for your comment about feedback, and that acknowledging sometimes mistakes made or lessons to be learned, I think is also really critical. Okay.
Okay, so, I really like that we started out with this discussion about diversity and inclusion, because all of these biases that are, some are above the surface, some are in the water beneath the surface. And, in my work in patient advocacy and consumer advocacy, it was interesting when we started out, 10 years ago, about 10 years ago, there was this big push to make healthcare more patient-centered. And being involved with groups where we would just have all the doctors and scientists would be getting together and making all these decisions for the patients, and the patients wouldn't even be in the room. And they just assumed that because they were doctors serving patients, that they could define, that benevolent bias that, you mentioned. And they would assume that this is what patients want and like. And we had to really, just really work on those areas, and actually ended up, different agencies like the FDA and other agencies actually had to mandate that when giving out grants, for instance, if you don't have a patient, family member, and caregiver advisory panel as part of that grant committee, then you wouldn't get the funding, because that was one way that, we could ensure that we got that done. And in every organization, I see that that's an important issue. And what I like about what we're doing here with this commission, we have different stakeholders at the table. So we have a range of different people. And I think that's so important. And this is just one of the reasons why diversity and inclusion is critical, and we have to address it. I mean, to me, it does mean equal representation, and it's for everybody. It's just not just certain people, it's for everyone.
More of a wondering and maybe a question, could be jumping ahead, totally okay to say we'll get there. But I noticed that the group, after the confirmation, this slide, or the bias slide, quickly went to application in like our space and our spaces and the decision making. I think that's ultimately where we want to be. But a wondering that I have is if implicit bias is so like ingrained in us, it kind of starts with like our own like self, and like by the time I walk in through those doors, like it's already activated because it never comes off. And also be honest, like all of these, as I'm reading and reflecting, all of these have served me very well. It's like most people here probably have been part of an outgroup professionally and maybe personally at some point in their lives. And so using some of these heuristics have actually like protected us. And they're hard to turn off. And maybe you don't want to fully turn off. That might be a philosophical question. But I'm curious, and this is the question, what could be designed at maybe the front end of our spaces together to help kind of like nudge us towards awareness, nudge us as we engage. Because like, yeah, I probably won't stop using some of these.
Yeah.
Because they're going to protect me.
Yeah. Right. Great question. So it goes back to systems and processes, I guess what you're referring to how to disrupt some of this, right? And when you need to apply it. Part of that is just like I did with you all in the beginning, is establishing sort of norms and expectations. So what tools, what processes can you put in place here for this commission? So when you're having discussions and you're talking to each other, like, is there, I mentioned the in-house contrarian, is there someone in the group as you're talking about your, different items, who's going to jump in and say, have we thought about this? Whether they believe it or not. And in fact, maybe you want it to be somebody who is taking a position they normally don't take, right? So I spend my days doing this and flooding my brain and my mind with all of these things that are actually opposite from maybe what I would naturally do personally. But it's like a muscle that you have to keep working. And so you all holding each other accountable to that, right? So whatever, a lot of times what I do with groups in a group dynamic situation is create those norms and expectations. How are you going to work when whether it's that in-house person, whether it's when things get a little tense, there's a word that people like, so we stop talking for a minute, we take a breath. So creating how you're going to work going forward in a lot of ways can help with that. And we'll talk more about some tools and things like that, which I think actually might be the next slide, so we'll get into that too. Does that answer some of your questions?
Yeah, just like look for like spaces and I don't know, whatever icebreaker type of things that like at least get us a little bit closer each time. I don't think we do it once a year and then all of a sudden we're good in decision making the rest of the year.
That's the muscle, right? On that you have to keep working. So maybe it's every time you do get together, there is almost this shedding, right? A mini version of like what we're doing right now, creating that opportunity for you all so you can get in a space.
Can I share? And I don't know if this directly answers your question, but we had this training for staff a few months ago. And for us in-house, it gave us kind of language to talk about some of this stuff and hold each other accountable. In our office, someone did point out that, we do the horns and halo effect a lot. We sound each other. And so just having that language so that we can have that moment to pause and reflect and try not to do it. It doesn't mean we're never going to do it, but I hope it does help minimize it. So this is definitely we're hoping not a one and done for the commission and for the staff, but it's those reminders and then throughout the year and moving forward, just that pause. And then when it happens in a respectful way, in a safe space, holding each other accountable.
That's fantastic. Yeah, so that slide, which we'll make sure you all have, is I will ask you at the end of this, pick one. Just one, maybe two, if you are ambitious. But that you can work on. And pick a person within this group also that will lovingly nudge you in those moments, right? So, if it's confirmation or if it's the halo or horns, like, hey, we're doing it, you're doing it. And it's being, I think somebody mentioned, receptive to the feedback, right? We're gonna get defensive. That's our natural sort of human, if somebody checks you on it a little bit, but I do it. My partner, I think I've told this story about how I picked interns and a lot of times they have similarities. I'm looking at resumes. I'm like, oh, you want to be a lawyer, right? Or they're from Los Angeles, or they go to UCLA. Right here, right? So she went to UCLA, Misha went to UCLA. So you have to also be open to it and have people check you on it, right? And this is about us learning. This is why I say each one teach one. This is the allyship piece. If you get to a place, I want you to know as much as you can about each other, because when you're doing life and you're doing important work, the more background you have on people, then you can help each other when you do stumble and make a mistake. Okay. So a couple more things here as we're talking about this. Feedback in real time. You mentioned that one. Getting additional input and data. These are all helpful tools to disrupt bias. Asking yourself, what lens am I seeing this through, right? So a couple of you mentioned, like, am I in the accountability bucket? Am I in the grantee bucket? Switch, purposely switch. Take seconds, minutes, right? To do that analysis will help. Being consistent and uniform expectations. A little bit about what I was mentioning earlier, creating that baseline for you all. And then when you do get in a situation where maybe bias is happening and you want to have accountability, focusing on the behaviors, not on the personality. So this is where it's like, hey, I see that you are doing the thing. No, you're not a bad person, or you're not this, all of the things that we have to deal with. I'm noticing that this is a behavior. This is a pattern. And I want to help disrupt that, right? So focusing on that. Okay. All right. Time to go back to law school. Case study, hypo. Want you to read this, or actually I'll read it out loud, and then turn to a partner and talk about this case study a little bit. I'm a Mac person. Okay. All right. So we've got the commission has convened a meeting and there's disagreement about a particular grantee receiving funds. There's discussion around a larger, more established organization receiving funds compared to a smaller, lesser-known one. The commissioner expresses concern that the individuals running the smaller entity might not have sufficient experience and lacks experience with budgeting in particular. In addition, a staff member introduces some additional facts regarding the smaller organization that are relevant to discussion, but their comments are quickly dismissed or ignored. What type of bias may exist here, if any? Should any of this be taken into consideration? Okay, we're going to give you a couple minutes. You chat amongst yourselves, your partner, and then I want to hear some thoughts on this.
Have this internal discussion all the time. Is it because it's real or is it so much exposure?
It's tough because I feel like the values the space to be
Want to give it a bigger, more established, having the people that know premature stuff, right?
Turn off. Yeah, that's hard. Sometimes like they're better they just have. Okay, sorry, I was backwards. You know, backwards. So I think.
There is a line.
That's the thing. There's
Right.
But I think that's positive. Yeah, it's kind of like
Lack of
sometimes like
actions.
big strategy. And I'm thinking they're
Like that's what
exaggerate like
bias.
Okay, so that I don't know
Yeah, no, but they had a side. It was very interesting. But yeah, let me see if I can bring it up.
There's also like
I was looking for having science. But I think we're aware.
Okay. Start to wrap up your analysis. Okay, I'm ready to hear. What are your thoughts? And I promise not to do Socratic. Who wants to go? Who wants to start us off? Any bias going on here?
You've got a bias there from a power dynamic perspective towards the end about the commissioner expresses concern and then staff respond and then the response from the staff is dismissed very quickly and ignored and the commissioner concerns don't seem to be getting similar treatment.
Observation there. Yes, power dynamic you mentioned. Very important in thinking about how bias shows up in terms of, when someone's perceived to have more or less power, how that will weigh in, people being reluctant to speak up sometimes in certain situations where there's a power dynamic. So, and we'll talk even more about that. Love that.
We actually had one in the committee last week. I don't know who else was there. Eric, of course, you were there. We had a organization that was given, 24 hours before God. And it's it's almost like an Uber thing, where it's a whole different concept. One of the things they were criticized for was the program they were using to track their checks. So one or two people. And the guy said, we write 13 checks. So I think there was a concern. We realized that maybe there was just what we're saying, this is a small mom and pop versus a large established organization. I don't know what you would think. I know, Erica, you were there. And I don't know who else was there.
I was there.
Yeah.
This was a kind of, looking at it, it was a sort of ripped from the headlines feeling.
Oh,
Because we literally had this meeting, like, I don't know, a month ago or something. And it wasn't quite like this, but it was similar. And it was a small grantee. They were using unorthodox, sort of like not what normal grantees normally use. There was a legitimate concern by staff who had spent a great deal of time trying to work with these folks. And the executive director of the organization appeared in public comment and basically was enraged and outraged and offended and all of that. And they were using an Excel spreadsheet to track their money, and their money was like 27 cents. I mean, it was, I don't know, $17,000 one year, So, and they were serving people. So there was to me, it looked like a status quo bias, apparently. This is how we should do it. And honestly, the way I really felt about it was that the grantee was unrepentant and uninterested, it seemed to me. I don't have the latest information, but it seemed to me that it's like, we do it how we do it, and we don't need your money. On one hand. On the other hand, the staff is, we don't have infinite amounts of time. You babysit this guy and check every dollar and every check, even if it's only 13 checks. We sort of also don't expect that the staff has to get that deep in the weeds with them. So it was a really interesting meeting. There was a lot of time, based on the emails that I just saw, there was a lot of time spent afterwards trying to help the grantee understand better. Like, we do have to have controls and accountability, and trying to help them be a little less on their high horse about how dare you question me. So it was a challenging meeting, and it sounded like they were doing good work. So we're not done with them, but this is very timely.
Yeah. Not on the situation. This is why I appreciate the work of the commissioners on all the committees. We all get some great stories. So I just want to share, I appreciate this exercise because as patients and I were going through it, it's like, it taught me a new sort of appreciation. I've been through some of these trainings before, but this one on like what really bounced out at me when I read it and we started identifying, it's like you get into this rabbit hole of biases where you start seeing how one reinforces the other and the other and the other. Before you know, you're so far from like, let's just make a decision, right? And so we counted 5, right? We were like, confirmation, stereotyping, status quo, group thinking, and power dynamic, right? All over the place. And like when we're reading it, you can see how they start building on each other, right? And in the end, you just get this group thing. It kind of pushes everything else out, and let's just keep the status quo, right?
Yeah, right. Let's just get back inevitably.
Let's just get back inevitably. So thank you for this exercise. It helped me see how it's like once you go down one, if you're not checking, they're meant to just continue to build on each other and create a reality that you want to see and get things.
Yeah, I think you nailed a bunch of them. Question on what do you do? What do you do now? Right? You've identified that these things are happening. how can, in that moment, how do you challenge it? How do you disrupt it? I'm looking at you, but anyone can chime in on this.
I don't have a response to that, but I will respond to Efrain because I think this obviously is very complex because not only is it multiple biases sometimes, but it's layered on from different sides. Because speaking to that meeting that Patience is alluding to, I mean, I would say from the staff side, we also felt like there's layering biases, right? And I'm sure from the commission side or from the grantee side, maybe they felt the staff was, and I think maybe we're all right?
Yeah.
And then that how that kind of intersects with each other, interacts with each other. But then how do you deal with, right? And I think that is and we will hear about that program and that example a little bit more later. But I think it's recognizing that happens, but I think more importantly, how do we deal with it when it happens, and how do we overcome it so that we are like a stronger organization?
Yeah, that's
How do you do that in a public setting?
Yeah.
So one thing I thought of, because the like, I guess, I don't know, hyper awareness of being in a public setting is sometimes it's helpful just to take a break, take a bio break, like people walk around, move their bodies and come back, because everyone can be very activated and worked up. And just to break away from that could bring people back with a very different perspective.
Yeah, that's that pause, right? That's that personal time. What about, do you have the ability to recognize the uniqueness of being in that public setting? The asking of questions, tone, explanation in terms of these are our processes. Thank you for this additional information. It's things that we now can consider in the process, right? So just even the ability to convey reflection, right, is also your time suggestion, I think could help.
Can I add a little bit of a, I don't know if this is a contrary view, but I do think one of the benefits of a commission, especially a commission of this size and of this diverse mix-up in terms of backgrounds and perspectives, is that, and maybe this is a distinction that we can sort of think about a little bit more as a distinction between bias and perspective, because I think the perspectives, varying perspectives that come from these areas that influence bias are helpful. And they're helpful to influence the way that we talk about issues and the way that we decide about issues. And so, you know, I do think that maybe there's a way for us to be careful about kind of going into one of those other biases, which is the status quo or the groupthink, right? By taking away those perspectives or those things that we bring with us into the room and honoring them and including them in the process, you know, without, I guess it's sort of like a balance, right? You're sort of tipping between a halo effect, horn effect, and a groupthink, right? You're sort of like trying to find somewhere in the middle. But I do think that what we come to the table with in the differences that we have, the diversity that we have in this commission is valuable, and we shouldn't try to take them out of the equation. I think we benefit from them in many ways.
Sure. Yeah, and I like your distinction, like bias and perspective, because perspective also makes me think, you know, the richness that's in this room of perspective. Also, think about it in terms also of facts. What you have experienced, your areas of practice and professional background can provide additional facts, can provide additional information that maybe some of us aren't thinking about in that moment. So it's also that, it's like data. Like when you think about it that way, right? You're providing more data to help you make informed decisions. So I just use this example of the Excel spreadsheet, because I'm gonna admit something. When I first started my business, I didn't know how to deal with QuickBooks and like all the things, right? I was using a spreadsheet. Fast forward 5 years later, we have all the things, all the platforms, what are perceived as all of the professional things, right? So just anecdotally, it is mom and pop. I think you use that term, but small businesses, small grantees, like that's maybe where they start. That's maybe not where they finish. I just add that to, I like the fact pattern that you provided. Anyone else on this particular case that we can add? Oh, yeah.
I was just kind of more practically thinking if people are more aware of a statement that's being kind of brushed to the side, like in a groupthink situation where someone, like in this case, it was staff, it doesn't have to be staff, just somebody saying something, and then everybody just kind of jumps back on the other thing, to be more aware of that and maybe just call that out and be like, I just want to go back to what so-and-so said, just to make sure we're considering that. Just be practical.
For sure, definitely. And that's where allyship, in the sense of we're all observing, a lot of it's unintentional when somebody's idea is not considered or fully and thoroughly, and so helping each other say like, oh yeah, I remember Misha was saying that thing and we didn't finish it out. So I love that. Very, very good practical solution. Okay. So everyday acts of exclusion. I mentioned that earlier. We've talked actually quite a bit about this already. And these are those subtle kind of everyday actions that convey that somebody is an outsider or, you know, not particularly welcome, or there is a level of less expectation. Oftentimes when we engage in these actions or behaviors, like you just mentioned, you know, when somebody's idea or thought has not been fully aired, coming back to it. And so we know that people are sometimes from different groups disrupted more often, not given attribution for ideas or credit for ideas. Those are examples actually of these everyday acts of exclusion. I renamed this concept and tweaked it a bit because during the probably 1,000 hours I've done trainings, and it came down to me listening to you all talk about different incidents, examples of this. It was these moments that all of us have experienced where we felt as an outsider not heard, not seen. And so I termed it this because it felt more accurate to me about what we were talking about. And these are often cumulative things, you know, happening over and over again. They can be verbal, they can be physical, they can be environmental or visual. So things like on websites, that would be considered more environmental, like pictures on the wall when you go through a university and the pictures look very similar. And then verbal, right? So comments or lack thereof, not giving people full opportunity to speak. Physical things, you know, accessibility, when we looked at that graphic. So making sure that everyone can get into the building, everyone can participate in the meeting, all of those things. Unintentional, like I mentioned, these are not things that we are most cognizant of or aware of, but that doesn't mean, again, that we get a pass. And then they're often delivered by people that we know, right, that we're doing life with, doing work with. So they happen probably on this commission, and, you know, we can address and talk about those. The overall takeaway here is that it can undermine confidence. It can send a message to the group, you know, about value and whether a determiner of whether it's an inclusive environment. People are welcome. Any thoughts or questions about that? Okay. So what happens when we do this? What happens when one of these behaviors, comments, shows up for us? I like to talk about repair and recovery. Right? We want to make sure we can still be in community, do this work, great work that you're doing together. So when we make a mistake, what do we do? If you're the person that happens to have made that mistake, stepped into it, as I'll often say, and someone brings it to you, you're apologizing for that comment or action, right? You're gonna want to say, oh, I didn't mean it, and go through all this explanation. Apologize. Thanking them. Thank the person for the correction. Even as you were talking about the example of this person getting up and speaking very much in public and being frustrated. Okay, I hear you. We're going to take this information back. Thank you for bringing it to us. Same thing with this type of situation here, right? Thank you for bringing it to me. It also means that people care. If they're bringing it to you, they want to get past it. And then not focusing so much on your intention, but the impact that it's having on the person in that moment. And then if you're the person who's experiencing something, we're going to want to have this reaction to say maybe like, you are fill in the blank, right? Instead talking about more, going back to that thing I said about focusing on the behavior, not on the personality. So it's how, this is the situation of how it made you feel. I was thrown off by the statement or comment that you made, by your tone, whatever the case may be, and it made me feel this way, right? Not you are such and such. So these are some ways to repair and recover. Okay. Question, comment.
So it's not my experience that people normally feel comfortable saying, hey, when you said that thing, I felt X.
Yeah.
It's doesn't feel safe to say how I feel, this, you know. And certainly I have had any number of conversations with people whose hearts were broken in a meeting and they just couldn't, they felt so demeaned and they couldn't, you know, I'm hearing about it. Later, I wasn't even in the meeting, but I'm hearing about it because they were so upset that they couldn't stand up for themselves at that moment. And so all of these, yes, if you have a really remarkable person who can say, excuse me, you know, interrupt the proceedings and, you know, kind of go, you know, that's, I don't know.
So this is, thank you for bringing this up, because this is a moment where allyship can come into play, right? And you're talking about power dynamic potentially in some of these circumstances as well, right? So on the first piece, if someone's coming to you, and not everyone feels that they can stand up in a group, what can you do in those moments, right? You have the ability, one, you can validate the person, their experience, that's helpful. I call it delayed support, really, in those moments. The other thing is, what kind of relationship or experience maybe do you have with the party that said the thing or did the thing? Is that a moment, and this is hard, this is courage, right, in these moments, and we all have probably been in situations where we can do the hard thing, and it is, but can we go to the person and say, hey, if you were there, best, because you witnessed it, it made me uncomfortable what just went down. You don't even have to speak necessarily on behalf of that person. So those are good ways to do it, and absolutely. So thank you for bringing that. And the power dynamic also, like as you observe situations, if you experience it, can you help with the person that doesn't have the ability, the voice, whatever that looks like? And that's how we're going to help with this stuff, for sure. So thank you. Yeah.
I'm sure we've all been in a situation where we think the person being hypersensitive or just wrong in how they interpret what we said. How do you handle that situation?
It's about also having a conversation, right? So where we may think that they are being overly sensitive, but when we can sit down and find out maybe why they got to that place, it can be illuminating, right? So maybe this is the 9th time something has happened like that or similar. So yes, maybe in that moment, I'll just use you as you're the person that is dealing with the emotion or the response or whatever the case may be. But if you can manage to have a conversation and say, hey, I want to know more about how I can do better the next time, if the person is open to that. Having other conversations with other people, because maybe that person's not in the place to have it with you, or you do it later. I mean, a lot of this is art, not science, in terms of best to.
So you want me to give you a specific example? I'll lay myself out for everybody here.
Sure. Okay.
So I made a comment once to a fellow colleague that when I see a very excellent, whatever lawyer, I often have said to them, would you be interested in applying for the bench? Several have. Or I did rewrite a letter. And the comment that this person found offensive was, and I would say these people turned out to be every good as the white male judges that get appointed. She interpreted that to be an assumption that, some of them aren't. So I went, huh? Because we all know white male judges are not that good who get in for connections, whatever. So there's my example where
I don't know if I'm following you. So
I made a comment that the people I have recommended are every bit as good. Because, there's always concerns about.
oh, because you're, so basically, okay.
I'm
okay.
saying these aren't, to use that general view, less qualified, who just got appointed because they're black, really got blah, blah. And her interpretation was, I was implying that some of the people of color that get appointed are not qualified. Which of course is not my intent to say at all.
Right. So I think
So how do you handle that?
there's some layers there, and I think to have if you are able to have the discussion with the person, I think from her perspective, is that perhaps the way you made it would convey a different expectation. A lot of times when we're talking about these everyday acts of exclusion that compare and contrast to, I'll just say majority group in that particular situation of who are often the judges, right? You're comparing now Black and brown judges to that group. And it sounded like, and I don't put words in your mouth, I'm just trying to interpret maybe where she was coming from, is that the expectation was that they would not be as good as, or there was a lesser expectation.
And of course, the other side of that is there is a common perception of that. And I was saying that's not the case.
Right. Conversation.
So.
Conversation. The iceberg and understanding that below the line and maybe what her lived experience, as you talked about right at the beginning of all this, right? That comment, hearing it over and over in certain contexts. And so I don't know exactly where she was coming from, but just trying, again, a lot of this work and the exercise is to put yourself in someone else's shoes. What her lived experience and what she's probably heard time and time again in relation to folks in underrepresented groups, right?
But the percentage for her was, this is classic on her part. If you can find a reason to make the accusation, find it. So.
Can I offer something? So I've been taking notes here, and these are just some tips, and then I'll handle directly your hypothetical, or I guess it's not a hypothetical, your example. So in terms of my takeaways, what I can do to address my own implicit bias is always pause. Just pause. We heard some comments about time constraints, so do not rush and be very aware of time constraints and what that can do on, I just need to make a decision, I gotta get this done. Let whomever that you're addressing describe themselves or share their perspective. So listen and ask questions. The point about dialoguing, my takeaway from the perspectives versus biases was to dialogue. It is important to dialogue. So, and then acknowledge my own biases. What are my thoughts that are driving my conclusions right now, or my statements? And then interrupt, right? Be conscientious and self-aware to interrupt my own biases. So push my pause button. So if I were in that scenario, I would acknowledge, I think I might have said something wrong, or I think I might have made a misstatement. I'm not sure I meant to say what you heard me say. Can we talk about that? And just invite them. Can we have a conversation? Can I take you to coffee? Because I think I might have said something wrong. I know I didn't mean to, right? I mean, that's all true. Everything I just said is true. I said something that triggered a reaction from you, which was not what I intended. And I'd love to talk more about that. Because really what I want is, I think you're awesome. I think you should be on bench. And I want to help you get there. What can I do? And the first thing I think I need to do is I need to learn when I just said that was wrong, that offended you. Those would be my discussions.
Very good. I love it. I'm gonna put up, wait, you can send me your notes and I can. Does that help?
Well, change the facts. We are two equal judges, and I interpreted that as, frankly, white males can't do anything right or something. I mean, but we see this in our society too. And so, for example, Biden says he's going to appoint a black woman to the Supreme Court. And automatically there's an assumption that people are less qualified. Now, I happen to have had the pleasure of spending a little bit of time with Leon Kruger. She's brilliant, okay? And that's in a sense of why I'm making that comment, is because to defeat that kind of view that she's less qualified because of the color of her skin. And I've heard the one that got the appointment, Justice Jackson, is also exceptional. So,
but I think continued dialogue, right? And the perspective, what bias may you be bringing into either the conversation, the analysis? All of us have to do it, right? In terms of when somebody gives you that feedback, what the judge, your colleague, further assessing it for yourself, I think is what you are doing. So kudos there. We've got a couple hands, and I know we have time.
I'm sorry, yeah,
Yes.
we do have a time constraint, so maybe we can go just 2 more minutes and then we'll take a lunch break.
I'll stay. I'll be here to keep talking. Okay, thank you. To get through these, we talked about them, and just also to many of you are asking, like, what can you do? And thank you for your list, because this is part of it. Direct intervention, speaking up right in those moments, distracting, right? So if you're in a situation and you can help kind of alleviate further behavior, inappropriate behavior, delegate, right? So this is where you bring somebody else in, potentially who has a relationship with the parties, and that delayed support, which somebody talked about, going after the fact. It was patience. You talked about going after to validate the person and their experience, and then maybe going to the person who even said the inappropriate thing later. Okay, so we've dealt with positions of power and creating a safe space. So many of you talked about these things. When you know you have a safe space, you can take risks, you can admit mistake, be vulnerable, voice ideas, constructive and collective debriefs. These are behaviors that you all can do. Going back to our original conversation, you asked about what we can do in this room, right? When the commission gets together. Practicing these, muscle working all the time, kind of resetting as you start your meetings about the value of people being able to contribute their ideas, and also being held accountable, right? So now the language that you talked about, being able to nudge people when you're slipping into one of those biases. Okay. Last case study before I let you all go.
I'm sorry, Patrice.
Do you have to go?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
So we will pass this out. I'll make sure you all get the deck. We'll end it here. This is our last slide. You all nailed it. The pause. What lens am I seeing this through? You brought this up now. Being able to admit mistake, seeing difference as an asset, and then reading the room and assessing the conversation. And I say that one because not everyone wants to talk about everything. So just knowing in terms of whether it's politics, whether it's particular issues, acknowledging that not everyone wants to bring all of that into various situations, just to be able to respect that. But you all kind of captured these strategies throughout our conversation. So nice place to end. Thank you for the additional time. You all have been
question, do we get MCLE credit for that? Implicit bias?
We did not process it.
Oh, you didn't ask for it?
You get extra elimination of bias training. Anyway, thank you so much. This was lovely, and I think really I took lots of notes, and I'm very excited to figure out ways to implement a lot of things you taught us in our meetings going forward. At this point, I think it's probably a good time for us to take a break. There's lunch outside, bio break. Why don't we do about 20 minutes and give us a little 10-minute extra? We're a little bit behind on time. Yeah, so why don't we go until 12:45? And if you're not finished with your lunch, we'll continue while we go through, okay? But I do want to give you guys a chance to chat and stuff. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have reconfigured our committees. And so now we have 4 committees. And we're going to do kind of fairly quick kind of report outs of what their meetings were like between the last commission meeting and this commission meeting. And I will go first because it's the executive to report out the executive committee meeting. And let me just pull out my agenda to remember what we did. Great. So we met, XCOM met back a couple weeks ago, February 14th. We heard from the various committees and got some of the updates from their particular meetings. And then as far as business, we approved the reallocation of the remaining Cal HFA grant funds that had been delegated to XCOM to approve. We also approved the 2025 Legal Aid Leaders Fellowship Grants, their tentative funding recommendations. We also signed off on our executive committee charter, which we will be going through all the charters, in this meeting as well. And then we had some additional discussions about kind of upcoming and ongoing, projects that we're working on that we'll be discussing in some detail today about how to support programs against funding loss and how to, and the legislative updates, in particular SBX 1-2. Does anybody have any questions for me on the XCOM meeting? Nope. Okay, great. At some point we'll have meeting minutes, and then if you have any questions offline, you're welcome to ask me then. Now I'm going to turn it over to Jason, who's going to tell us about grant eligibility and support committee.
Thanks, Erica. Thank you, Erica. So I'll try to be very quick, glossing over some of the action items that we did. We approved several requests for carryover funds and budget modifications. I think the regular thing that we would do at a grant eligibility subcommittee meeting. A little bit more interesting is that we made a recommendation to include, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, so forgive me, vacatur in the definition of civil legal services. There's a little bit of a debate because that is covered under penal code, but it is related to other areas, kind of like expungements and other services where we have already included those things under the definition when we talk about things. So it was kind of a discussion that was fairly quick. I think we had pretty universal agreement about like with like, and that seems to make sense. So we made that recommendation. Obviously, there was a committee charter discussion at the executive committee regarding compliance authority and where it starts and stops from staff to GES to the Trust Fund Commission at large. So there were some edits made to the committee charter to try to clarify and hone in on those concerns from the executive committee. I will say also there was a little bit more debate, and I think it's worth highlighting that GES is most likely to be the source, the committee where there's the most hot button issue because you're talking about eligibility determinations, right? So when there's accountability questions, which I made reference to earlier, those accountability questions and potentially consequences of those are going to come up first and foremost at GES. So those get a lot of debate. What we're trying to do right now, and I'm working with Heidi on, as we are generally from all of our committees looking at trying to reduce our total meeting count and make sure that we're respectful of everyone's time. We're trying to figure out how do we properly account for each of the grant timelines and when submissions come in and when eligibility determinations, site visits, and other things that would lead to potential determinations of ineligibility. How do we time those appropriately, given that we have 4 primary meetings And some site visits, audit findings may not be final, but may be still pending. But if we wait until the next meeting, it will be after an application period and therefore further complicate things. So Heidi and I had some initial discussions. We're going to talk about what do we do? Do we have a special meeting when there's been something? How do we get that information in front of the GES committee or subcommittee to have the discussion about, like, do we set a meeting to make sure we have the grantee has an opportunity to respond to audit findings, things like that. So we're trying to fine tune that while also being respectful of the greater discussion regarding meetings and not only having a certain structure for them, and trying to balance those things while being respectful and responsive to the grantees and their opportunities to be heard, along with the Trust Fund Commission's responsibility to have accountability steps before it kind of gets too far down the road where we can take action at a subsequent meeting. So that's the net of my chair report. I'll take questions.
All right. Thanks, Jason. If no questions for him, why don't we turn to Judge Rossi? You could tell us about Program Development and Impact Committee.
Thanks. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. I know that there's trouble hearing, so I wanted to make sure everyone could hear me. So we, the program and Impact Committee met for its first time. This is an inaugural meeting, an inaugural committee, and we had a really good meeting. We, like all the other committees, discussed and spent some time on our charter, which I know we're going to talk about later. So we spent the beginning of our meeting really talking about that and talking a little bit about sort of drilling down into what the delegations and things that we were talking about meant for us and meant for the full commission. And then we had a really excellent second half of our meeting where we received 4 presentations. And I think that, in fact, one of them we're going to hear a little bit more about later. We had a presentation on disaster legal services, and I think Skip Koenig from Neighborhood Legal Services in LA is going to be there later, along with Jenny Anders-Gable from Legal Services of Northern California. But one of the things about this committee is that we're trying to do more forward thinking and be that sort of area of the commission that can think about where our priorities can lie and what kind of impact we can make and be more responsive to the needs of the legal aid community. And disaster legal services is obviously a really important area right now and in California in the future. So we saw a great presentation from them, which I think we're going to all see again later. We also talked about emerging legal technologies. I think Jennifer Zelnick might actually be there as well. Ways in which legal technology can help the legal aid community and the really interesting things that the State Bar is doing to help with that. We talked a little bit about the reporting framework and ways that we might help our grantees change up the reporting framework or maybe streamline the reporting framework, things that we can do as a commission to help with that. And then we also talked about what I think we called the rapidly changing landscape of legal aid and legal aid funding, and how we can think about ways that the commission can help grantees in the future. So it was a really great meeting, and I think that we've mentioned in the past, but I'll reiterate again that right now our committee is going to plan to and has scheduled out meetings every month so that we can be responsive if there are new RFPs that come down or we need to revise the RFPs that already exist. So we have meetings scheduled. We're trying to be extremely responsive to the needs of the legal aid community right now. And we have, a great group of commissioners who are really dedicated to working hard, and the incredible Christopher helping us on the staff side. So.
Any questions for Judge Rossi about our PDI committee? Seeing no hands raised for that, I'll turn it over to Catherine to give us an update on the Rules Committee.
Mine will be remarkably short because we have not met yet. But we are meeting next week, and I know that we will be having a presentation about real property, and that will be done by the Office of General Counsel. And the goal in rules is to set some rules about that, and I think it's a overview of what the possibilities are and what we should be considering. So looking forward to that. There is a draft of our charter, but I don't think that other committee members other than myself have seen it yet. So I think we will also take that up and our work plan.
Thank you. Any questions about the Rules Committee? No. Okay. So as we mentioned, or as the various committees mentioned, and as I'm sure you're all familiar, having hopefully been in the committee meetings, we have our charters that were approved at each of the committee levels. And now we would like to actually submit for formal approval the committee charters from the whole commission. I'll turn it over to Dwan to actually make the presentation on that.
And just by way of background to remind everyone, so at the November commission meeting, when you all went to approve the new structure of the commission, and shrinking down the numbers of committees from I believe 8 to the 4 now. What you directed kind of the committees and the staff to do is go back and kind of flesh out. They have paragraphs, descriptions in the memo, but to actually have charters that fleshed out more of the responsibilities and really concentrate on like the division of labor and the delegation of authority and responsibilities. So each of the committees have met with the exception of the Rules Committee. Catherine mentioned that Rules Committee meeting is not going to happen until next week. So that for Rules Committee, it didn't go to the full committee, but we think that actually is okay. The Rules Committee is the one committee that more or less is staying the same in terms of composition, responsibilities of what they're trying to achieve. There weren't any changes, substantive changes to that, but we still had a charter the look and feel of it is similar to the other charters. So it's all the materials is your reading packet. I hope everybody had a chance to review it. I'm not going to go through each charter in detail, but I will kind of give a overview of it and then point you to some areas that I think maybe warrant a little bit of a discussion, or at least that you are aware of what's happening. So as Erica mentioned, with the exception of the Rules Committee, these charters were initially drafted with staff and the chairs, and then they were shared then at the respective committee level. We got some feedback, some substantive at each of the committee level, and then some was more like structural, like for instance, I think a couple committees raised, why do we have a set amount of committee members in each of these charters? What if we don't meet that? Does that mean that we're not abiding by the rules? So, we really elevated kind of like those concerns to the executive committee. So the executive committee has had a chance to kind of review all of the committee charters in depth. They gave some substantive feedback. We decided to go on a direction for how the membership portion of the charters would look like and the meetings portion would look like. So if you read it, that now should be consistent. And what we've done is we've taken out the number of committee members in each of those respective committees. We also put in some language, and this is for every charter. We put in some language of who's going to be appointing the committee members and who's going to be appointing the chairs. So that was also a piece of feedback. So now I'll take it one by one, and please feel free to interrupt me. And if I can't answer, then hopefully the chair of that committee or the committee coordinator can take up your question. So before I start, any questions about like procedural or structural? So the executive committee, this committee, the name is the same, but the composition of this committee is a little bit different than it was before. Just a brief refresher. Previously, the executive committee was comprised of the officers, so the chairs and the co-chairs. This is the new composition of the executive committee, where it's also still the chairs and the vice chairs. But in addition, we are having each of the chairs of the respective committees join the executive committee. I'm sorry, I missed Erica's summary of the executive committee, but it went really well. I mean, I think this is what we were imagining in terms of having a little bit of a larger brain trust to kind of think about structural things of the commission, really a strategic oversight, the leadership aspect of it. And I felt like for the first meeting, it worked really well. So this is where all of your governance issues will come through. This is where all the appointments for the Trust Fund Commission. This is where, and one thing that we did add based on that committee's feedback was one bullet point around coordinating activities and priorities across sub entities. So that's, and having each of the chairs there and the committee coordinators being present, and it will allow for that fluidity, we think a little bit better. That wasn't happening quite so much. It was happening with the staff, but it was not happening across like committee and being elevated to the executive committee like we think it should be. And hopefully that will work more smoothly in terms of getting more consistency and alignment across our priorities and what we're trying to do. Do you want to add anything, Eric, executive committee? Are there any questions on the executive committee charter?
Hi, Erin. I don't have a question on this charter, but I wonder if you could talk about the change between the draft that at least I saw at the PDI committee, which I think was consistent across kind of the initial drafts, where each committee was electing, I guess, or deciding who would be the chair of that committee, which then becomes a member of the executive committee. Now it looks like the executive committee is deciding who's going to chair, or can you just talk about what happened there?
Yeah. Sure. So there actually wasn't a reference, and I think a couple of committees were like, well, how do our chairs get selected? So we wanted to make it really obvious, and we didn't make a change in kind of office practice, but we just pretty much wrote in what happens normally, is that the chair for each of the committee is determined by the chairs of the commission itself. And usually what happens for newer members is that towards the end of the year, the chairs ask staff to send out to the commission or announce to the commission, whoever's interested in wanting to be a chair of a subcommittee, please submit a statement of interest of why you would be good, your background, and sometimes that's not necessarily like that you had been a chair of a bill that helps. Had been a member, of that respective committee, but sometimes maybe you have already chaired at another sub-entity or you have already board experience. But pretty much why do you want to do it and what makes your kind of expertise? And then they review it, and there's usually a high volume, I would say, and most people will have an opportunity to chair if they want to. If it's not that year, then we try to make it happen in the year to come or the year after that. So if people want to, it's one of those things that will eventually, there will be a space for you to do that. But officially though, it's the chairs that determine both who the members for the respective committees and then the chairs for the respective committees. But I would say for the members, if you all recall, that really is a dialogue. We start out with like I would say the chairs and the staff with a proposal of what we think might be a good fit based on what we have known, your experience, based on like the committees that you have served before. But honestly, if it doesn't work out or because either it's scheduling or you're just not interested, we always accommodate that. So I would say the appointments for the committee members itself are very probably more informal, though it is a formal process of appointment.
Yeah, I was wondering about that and if it might make sense to consider putting, the membership of each committee and how that happens into the charters, or just, memorializing that somewhere a little more formally. Maybe it could be staff will see who's interested and propose a slate of, committee membership to whoever, the executive committee or the full commission or something. So there's a little clarity of, how is it determined who's on what committee?
Did you want like it in the document or like outside of the document? Or
I mean, whatever makes sense.
I mean, I think I will say, given that these charters are we have to get commission approval every time. I'm more inclined to keep it very high level in the actual charter, but then we can have like a memo or something that outlines the different practices. And then I think that makes it a little easier because as each chair kind of comes in, if they want to make tweaks, they don't have to then do a formal like switch, because changing all of these committees, right, which we wanted to do as part of our strategic proposal, we have had to do a lot of like work and lay it all out with the agenda. So while I want to make sure there's enough detail and like we should definitely have like a memo or something that outlines it, I don't necessarily want to memorialize that in the actual charters themselves. That's my perspective on it, but if other people feel differently, we can have a discussion about that.
You all have like an orientation binder. It's not a physical binder, but we send it to you. I mean, what we can do is when we attach this, we can start collecting like practices or like a little bit more detail on that. Maybe that could be in between.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Okay. Any other comments on the executive committee charter? Okay. Next we have the rules committee charter. And like I said, this one is really straightforward. Catherine, I don't know if you want to add anything to it. I don't believe when Catherine and Erica worked on it, they were kind of wordsmithing, but it wasn't really, to me, when I saw the back and forth substantive changes, it really is memorializing kind of the work of this committee. And actually, some of their edits in terms of how to structure the membership piece of it in the meetings, we ended up adopting that for the structure of it for the other committees. But in terms of substance, this really is a committee that's, you all know, has been around for about 40 years now and is continuing that body of work. Okay, so the next committee is one where we probably should spend a little bit more time on. And Eric, Crystal is scrolling to it. And so this is Jason and Heidi's committee, the Grant Eligibility and Support Committee meeting. And like Jason said, you know, the hot topic, the issues are going to come through this committee. So we want everybody to be really kind of comfortable with the way this committee is laid out, and especially the authority and responsibilities section. So there was kind of heavy discussion at the executive committee on this section, and mainly it was centered around exactly who's doing what is staff doing, what is the commission doing, and what is this committee doing. And so we went back and we worked it based on those comments to give it a lot more definition. So I think for this one, I'm going to go through one by one, and please stop me if there are questions or comments. So like Jason said, this is the committee. This is the big change for, I would say, probably the single most important change of the committee structures in general is there used to be one committee for each grant. This is the committee now that's dealing with all grant support and eligibility issues. So this is all compliance issues that's going to come through this particular committee. It's not just IOLTA and EF funding, it's all of our discretionary grants as well. So it's a big lift. This committee, similar to the former Eligibility and Budget Review Committee, is going to be looking at IOLTA and EF grant eligibility for funding. So that's a big task that happens every year that will still remain at the committee level. What I will share though is that we are, in terms of processing, that's going to be a little bit different is for those of you that have served on the Grant Eligibility and Budget Committee previously, when it comes time for application, we give you a lot of updates on like where we're at exactly in the application. We do a lot of reporting out. The change here is that we're going to do less of that and really just bring the issues that are like the compliance issues that need to be talked about at the commission. And then there was a lot of talk at the executive committee about how do you know when there's like an important or serious topic, and when do you know, because you know there's lots of compliance issues, right? But they're not all the same. Some of them are minor, and some of them are large, or some of them are high volume, or some of them are more severe. How do you guys make that determination? So there is actually a rules codification topic that talks about this, that has gone through rules codification, is going to be sent out for public comment at the next commission meeting. We couldn't package it in time for this commission meeting to send out for public comments, but it's already worked its way through the rules committee, so we're not inventing something from scratch. So what we did though after the executive committee meeting is we went back and looked at that memo, and we pulled out the information to give this a little bit more structure. So that memo though, that's why it's referenced this forthcoming rule 3.661, because that rule has a related memo that's pretty lengthy and lays out a lot of examples on when issues are of significance that will come through. And I think more importantly though, who's doing what. So and Heidi and Jason, please chime in if I'm getting this wrong. I think where the line is that the staff would have a little bit more authority to take some of these remedial action before it gets to kind of the committee level. So what I mean by some of those remedial action, so we could schedule an additional monitoring visit, we could send an additional, if there's compliance issues that we think are serious, we could set up a meeting with the executive director. We can escalate and then set up a meeting with the board member, board chair. We can require more reporting requirements. It stops short though of impacting the grant itself, and we thought that that was the line, right? So the staff is not making a decision or determination on eligibility. Overall determination on any grant eligibility will still be a recommendation that would be mocked up at the committee level and sent to the commission itself. What the committee though can do is move, if there are serious compliance issues that they think warrant this, can move, say perhaps from a quarterly payment system to a monthly payment system. If there are very, very serious, then we will mock up like specific kind of compliance plan for them that deviates from kind of the formal remedial actions that are outlined in that forthcoming rule 0.661. But if it goes to in terms of a decreasing of a grant or finding them ineligible, that will be a commission decision, but that will be reviewed and the recommendation will be at the committee level that will then send it to the commission. I hope that, and let me pause there because Jason might want to add something.
Yeah, I would just say, like, as it relates to the forthcoming state bar rule, it was important for us at the committee level to say that to the extent state bar has the authority to do something, meaning they can do it, the position from the committee and for the charter is that they ought to exhaust those things before elevating for additional steps, as opposed to coming in to request the authority to do that which they already have the authority to do that's contemplated under the rule. So it's basically like, go do your thing, staff. That's what the rules contemplate, and then escalate up as necessary.
And the other thing that I'll add, you already heard reference, because the last GS committee, there was a compliance issue with a new grantee, and it did bring up some of these issues of, what authorities does staff have, when should we elevate an issue to the committee? And some of it is judgment, some of it is also it was a new committee. And I'll say for that particular issue, the staff, including myself, we were functioning off of like preferences that we inherited from previous committees. I would say from the last grant eligibility and also the homelessness prevention committees that both had elevated concerns from elevated compliance concerns. Those respective committees had asked staff, if you get wind of an issue that you think is serious, we want to hear about it. This GS committee took a little bit of a different approach. So we had a healthy level of debate, I think, both at that committee level and then a lot more at the executive committee level. And I think there is a compromise there. And I'll share with you what we think it is. And if you let me know if this is what you all heard back in those kind of committees. It seemed like to kind of satisfy that the commission should know, right, when there's a compliance issue, but also maybe not jumping the gun in terms of like taking action. That would be simply a report back with identifying information, right? It's very difficult to like report back. And it's also bad looking, like we're gonna talk about a grantee and we're actually gonna lay out a plan, like, we do wanna be them noticed. So there might be materials that are posted that are attached, but what we will not do is preemptively make, vote on motions that like assumes that the eligibility will go one way or another. And I think that's what happened for this particular compliance issue and made, I think, some of the commissioners a little bit uncomfortable that we were jumping the gun a little bit. So I think that maybe the in-between is that staff is still elevating the issue. We're still discussing it preliminarily. The staff will still share kind of what they're going to be, the steps that they're going to take. So in this instance, like, it would have been to recommend another monitoring visit, but then that it would stop there, right? Then we go on the additional monitoring visit, or else we wait for the 60 days to elapse when they can respond. And then when there's a clear action item, that is when it gets agendized and more full discussion. So I think that's what I was hearing with the discussion from those two committees, GES and Executive Committee. But let me pause there because I'd love to get feedback to make sure everybody's comfortable with that piece, because I think that was the main sticking point.
One thing I'll just repeat that I said at XCOM is, and I am one of those people who likes to know what's happening. If there's a compliance issue, I like to know. And so one thing I will just repeat here is I do not want to take any steps that disincentivize the staff from coming to us if they see a problem. Now, what steps we will take beyond that, that's something that we can discuss. The chair of whatever committee can have that discussion. Is there something that are the compliance issues serious enough that there needs to be, more emergency steps? That's something we can all discuss. But I do not want to be surprised about compliance issues. And I hope most of the other commission members share that view. And if you don't, I would love to hear, from you if you think there should be more time before they provide that notice. But I think it's our job to make sure that the money is being used appropriately. And if there's an issue, that we at least are read in earlier rather than later. So that's my 2 cents on it. But I open it for other people to have other views.
Let me just first agree with you, basically.
Important caveat.
I guess first of everything, I love the bright line the staff has drawn about what staff will do and exhaust all possible avenues up to this point. That makes perfect sense. And I guess the only caveat I have about early notice is I think it's important to alert us without making it a subject of the thing that freaked out the grantee was it was a hearing. Lawyers, we figured there's a hearing because unless it's a case management conference, the judge is going to do something like yikes. So clearly the grantee was freaked out. And I think there's a really, I know the staff will figure out how to thread that needle, so we're not surprised. And it doesn't kind of blow up into what feels like a proceeding where decisions will be made, because we weren't ready to make decisions because we didn't have all the facts yet. So that's the thing I want to avoid. But I think that we're headed in the right direction, and I have confidence we'll figure out the remaining details.
I just want to be very clear for those who weren't there. We made clear to the grantee in question, and it was clear in the public discussion that it was not a hearing. So there was no, while there was an action item about subsequent steps that would be taken, even the action item that was proposed was conveyed as conditional, which is to say, if certain things weren't done by the grantee by X timeline, then these things would happen. And while I appreciate that, the committee was uncomfortable with even that, because it was more of let's get them an opportunity to respond first. We made it clear to them, despite their frustration, that it was not a hearing. I think they were just insistent on framing it as though it were one, and it clearly wasn't. There was no consideration, even in the proposed conditional factors. There was no we're pulling back your money that. They went to pulling back the money. That was all to be followed later if they failed to respond to what were quite serious audit findings. I mean, obviously they're still preliminary. They, as audits do, you do the audit and you identify the findings preliminarily, and then you give the person being audited an opportunity to respond. And then it's finalized, but it was presented to the GES committee in its tentative state. Like, we have serious concerns here about this grantee based on what the findings are. And if we waited, that was the comment I was making earlier, if we waited, it would be after a whole grant cycle potentially before we met again to discuss in the context of their response. So that, I just want to make sure everyone is clear that it was not a hearing despite the grantee, I think, misinterpreting it as though it were one.
Let me comment on the question. The question is a general one, procedure, but also his concern was there would be a negative record on file for what he thought was unfounded allegations, and I know there's some discussion about how to sort of clear the record that these were not findings, and that was a big concern of his. But let me raise a question for everybody as a whole. So I sent some memo, I don't even know who, some committee members about a proposed solution, and I was told that was possibly a violation of the commonly known as the Brown Act. Maybe
Bagley-Keene Act.
Yeah, okay, and I maybe good for everybody here what we can do and what we can't do in that context. I just thought I sent an email and
yeah.
I didn't even care if it was put on the front page of the LA Times because that was what would be the public statement. But leaving that aside, I think it'd be good to hear just what the rules are.
Thank you, Judge Klein. I will say that our wonderful representatives from the Office of General Counsel do provide us with like Bagley-Keene training once a year, and I'm not sure when we are doing that training again. But I don't know whether either of you would like to speak to the concern about serial emails that can turn into, or how emails can turn into a serial meeting, which is, I think, some of the concern there. I also will just say, more generally, while the discussion has centered on one particular grantee in one particular meeting, these issues are much broader than that particular grantee and in that particular meeting. There have been other instances where we have seen fraud or, significant compliance issues with a particular grantee and have had to move somewhat quickly. So I just want to flag that this is not the first time that we have seen this, and we are building our charter and building out our procedures with the expectation that to address other instances in which there have been findings and to address future issues that may come up. So just to give some context, but I don't know whether.
Can I give some context and I'll turn over to Brady to maybe about the Bagley-Keene, but the grantee that's in question had sent an email to the entire committee to ask when we agendize and we have materials, we post those materials. I do want to underscore, because I think there was a little bit of confusion, that there was a memo that was posted related to the compliance issue. We never posted the monitoring visit. We don't do that as a practice. There's a lot more details on the monitoring visit, so we did that at a high level. So there was a memorialized written memo that was posted this agenda item. So this grantee emailed and asked for that memo to be removed, and the email was to everybody in the committee. It's unorthodox. Usually you don't get grantees emailing the entire committee. It might be me, it might be the chair, it might be committee coordinator, but emailing the entire just doesn't happen. So there were allegations at the committee level meeting that the staff wasn't providing enough technical assistance. So this is where I will own this in wanting to show the committee that I was responsive to this particular memo. I responded back to the entire reply all so that the committee could know that I was on it pretty much, and I was going to check with the Office of General Counsel to see if we could take off that memo. We don't usually take off that memo. I was doing this actually as a courtesy because it had got so heated in the committee that I wanted to kind of dial it down, and there was a lot of back and forth, I would say, with the Office of General Counsel, a lot of uncomfortability for taking off, but they gave me the green light. It wasn't Brady, it was another attorney. So we took that off, but I think me taking that off sent a message, I don't want to speak for the committee members, but maybe perhaps to the grantee that we were doing something that we shouldn't have been doing. I was doing it out of courtesy, and so this it escalated, right? Because there's now, I had responded, I think that gave maybe the committee members the impression that you could respond over email, because best practice is you don't respond. I knew that. I did it on purpose to show you, but that was really, I should not have done that. So I think that gave maybe committee members the impression that you could respond. So then it escalated, and then there became a little bit more back and forth between committee members and that particular grantee. And then I'll turn it over to Brady to explain the best practice of what I should not have done.
Yes, generally, if a majority, the backward violation occurs, if a majority of the whole commission or any committee engages in this sort of communication regarding anything within their jurisdiction. So it sounds like a violation probably occurred here if everybody on the whole commission or one of the committees was on an email. It should have stopped there, and that best practice then next if Duan or staff or one designated person wanted to respond would have been a one-way communication with everybody else in the BCC field. So there's no further communication. But in general, don't engage in email, just communications with everyone else. Channel things to staff.
So I thankfully was not at this committee meeting, but because we're limited on time, I'm trying to figure out what is it we're trying to solve right now. So I hear we want our committees informed. I hear it might not have gone well. It seems like we have some agreement about informing people, but could the committee working with staff figure out what that committee wants us to look like and then come back with something specific? Because I feel like I feel like we're reliving the trauma that everyone experienced that day, and I don't know that I think that's the best use of our time.
So on your point, I think this charter is the attempt to, at a broader level, address that issue. So I think at this point, unless there's other comments that are not specific to the particular instance that are more general about this, otherwise I think we should move forward to the other charters. Thank you. Any other comments on the particular as a policy matter?
So does the lines of responsibility work for everybody? So just to recap, just because I know this committee is gonna get a lot of compliance issues. The staff will exhaust all kind of mechanisms available to them, short of finding a program ineligible or reducing a grant funding amount. If there are recommendations to the nature of affecting eligibility for any grants or reduction in grant award, that will be vetted at the committee level and then be sent to the commission for a full vote. And that's just that other rule has already been in place. We're not modifying that rule. Grantees have, a right to an appeal and all that stuff. That doesn't change. And our codification process doesn't change that too. Okay. So with that, I will go to the Program Development and Impact Committee. So there was a lot of discussion here, but I wouldn't say anything that's too controversial, but I will point out that, just a reminder, because I think there's a little bit confusion about this committee. So all new kind of grant awards and this committee's all new kind of grant funding, the RFP will be vetted by this committee, will be approved at this committee. So one change is, formerly, if there was a new grant funding and there was a development of a new RFP and scoring rubric, it would get elevated to the commission. The change here is that it stops at this committee. A new grant funding comes, the committee will work with staff and they will approve that at the committee level, that new kind of RFP and send it out. The other change that I want to remind you that you all kind of agreed with already in November is that how we score grant applications. It will be a team of both commissioners and staff. But we're going to limit it to 2 commissioners, so that can be kind of a working group. We're not unintentionally creating a subcommittee for that. But there will always be commissioners, and not necessarily from the PDI committee, but the commissioners at large. We will open up kind of the ability to kind of participate in scoring with the entire committee, and then we'll try to get a diverse set of. It's not the same commissioners kind of scoring kind of every grant. We'll endeavor to do that, and if that doesn't happen, then we'll matter to the committee, to this commission, to see how you want to handle that. And then for new awards that will then be sent to the full commission for approval. One thing that I would like to get a little bit guidance from you all is when it gets sent to the commission for approval, do you want a presentation on it or do you want it to be on consent? Trying to manage both kind of the time and then also what you need to be a presentation on.
So since I am a proponent of the commission being aware of what's happening, I think it's particularly if it's a new grant, the first time, I think we have an obligation to be informed about what is that grant, what was the process, all of that, that you're probably not going to learn by being on consent. When it's a routine, we've done this for any number of times, then I think it's fine on consent. If you've made significant changes to what the criteria is, like on care court, if what are the funding floors, that seems like, so I think it's evaluating what is significant that the commission as a whole would want to know about, doing a brief presentation, and otherwise, if it's a standard, we do it all the time, it's a formula, whatever it is, I think consent is fine, from my perspective.
So what I'm hearing is like new grants, we'll have a presentation on at a commission meeting. Routine grants like partnership, like IOLTA and EF, will go on consent because that's already been vetted at the committee level.
And significant changes.
And significant changes.
Does anyone else have a view on that they want to share? Vanetta?
I just have a question in terms of reflecting. Microsoft, please. Hello?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Just need a little closer.
Just like a process question. For example, under the old rules, I served on the Care Corps Commission and Fellowship.
Yes.
Right? And they were independent committees, and we did the review coming up and the rubrics and so forth, right? I recall with the Christian can help with this. With the Care Corps, there was a time frame involved in terms of getting information in, it being proposed by the state, right? Getting the committee together to review it and to give that kind of feedback. And so I guess my only concern would be if we bring a new proposal to the entire commission first, then there might be an issue in terms of time frame.
It's not first. So if it's so with Care Court now that's been in existence a few years, we don't actually anticipate any big statutes, any actually substantive changes in the following year. So if that happens, then that wouldn't be brought to any committee. It would just, the staff would execute and then would ask all commissioners to help score and vote, and then we bring it straight to the committee on consent. If it's a new grant, then it would be vetted by the PDI committee in terms of like, usually the staff we do first stab at the new scoring rubric, and then it gets vetted and reviewed more in depth at the committee level. So for that, it would be the PDI committee. But then the RFP itself though doesn't get sent to the commission for approval. The awards themselves do though get sent to the commission for approval. That makes sense.
Okay, so it's whether it's the vetting goes through the committee, but the ultimate decision about approval.
Who gets the money goes to the committee, yes, for approval. Yeah, and how much?
Oh, go ahead, Patience.
My only concern about this is that I have detected a lack of clarity about what is actually the committee's purview and what is the commission's purview. And I've seen us rehash and relitigate at the commission decisions that were already thoroughly hashed and litigated at the committee level. So I get that there's a tension between the responsibility of the full commission and the delegation is not full to the committee. This isn't a rubber stamp process. And I'm not quite sure what the guardrails should be so that this commission does not redo the work of the committee. So I'm just saying that out loud. I don't actually have a solution for it, except we have, thank goodness, excellent co-chairs who may need a lion tamer's whip before they're done. But it's something that I want us to be really alert to and avoid if we can.
So I will just say I think this is a good bright line. one of the things we talked about in our implicit bias training is this time factor. And so I think we want to your point, not rehash, and redo this work. So to the extent that we can send down to committees the work of putting the RFP together, vetting the particular people, the applicants, coming up with a funding proposal, I think like significant changes or, new funding things, a presentation is useful just for our information, because consent calendar is often things where it's more pro forma. But I think leaving it to that point is a good kind of line. I will also say to Vanetta's point about time sensitive issues, what we have done in the past and what we could do is the commission can approve and to delegate to a particular committee, to XCOM, to the committee itself, if necessary, that the approval will go in that committee. It will ultimately be the commission, though, that will make that decision about whether to make that delegation. So we do have ability to be nimble when there are time sensitive things, which is what we have done. We've delegated to XCOM for like reallocation, that kind of stuff.
Rosie has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Judge Rosie.
Sorry, just because I'm chairing this committee, I want to make sure that I understand what we're saying so that I know what we're doing going forward. And I wanted to make sure that I understood what Catherine was saying. So the way that the charter works now, that the committee, the PDI committee, would approve any RFP significant changes if they're recurring funding, and I thought I understood that this committee would also be so any significant changes, staff would handle insignificant changes if we're talking about changing things. And then I think I want to make sure I understand Catherine's point that whatever grants are being distributed, that was something that would go to the full commission.
Informational presentation.
I believe this came up in the context of what's on consent calendar and what's not on consent, right? And so I'm imagining 90% of what is getting approved is on consent because it's reoccurring grants, but that we would have an item not on consent to approve the grant after you've done your work if it's a new grant that we don't know what it's about, right? So that people actually, rather than us approving, today I think there's like 15 items in consent, something like that, I'm guessing. I'm not looking at the agenda. And I would assume and hope that those items would just be approved in a single vote. And I think it is important for the commission to have information about what is a new grant and and who's getting it and those kinds of things. So it's information, but it would be off consent and be voted on it separately without, I don't know that I think there's a lot to relitigate about it, but it's a way to make sure we're informed and not approving everything on consent that begins to look a little like rubber stamp if it's new things that we should actually be paying attention to.
Okay, so then I'm glad I asked this question because I'm sorry, Dwan, I don't know if you're moving and since I'm on Zoom, I'm just looking at what's on the screen. But I thought that the PDI charter actually included, right, that the committee would approve RFPs for any new types of funding. So I want to make sure I understand that what Catherine's saying is that she would prefer if the full commission approved new RFPs.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge Rosie. I think it's more like the awards.
Okay, that's what I thought too, but then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We can give a context. When we do the awards, we'll share with you kind of the broad strokes of the RFP and what the grant is meant. So we'll give the background to the awards is what I was imagining it. It wouldn't just be a spreadsheet of the award amount, but we give you context.
So basically the committee will handle everything up to the award. They will then recommend the award to the commission. The commission will approve the award. For ones that are recurring, that we do sort of pretty standard and we've done a lot, those will go on consent calendar. For new ones or situations where the awards have some significant change, they will not go on consent calendar so that the commission is aware of those changes. But it will only be at the award level.
Because you can't approve both the awards and the RFP at the same time. We would have already at that point issued the RFP and have programs apply and stuff. So it will be, it's informational in the sense of RFP in the background, but then there will be, the commission will approve the awards itself.
Perfect. That's what I thought too. Great. Thank you.
Alwina?
Yes, I have a clarifying question. So in terms of, for example, in previous years, for example, last year, the grant eligibility, I can't remember, I already forgot the name of what it was last year before it was consolidated.
Yeah, QBR, yeah.
Grant eligibility. Reviewed and scored the partnership grants, for example. So this year, it sounds like it's not one committee that is doing that, it's commissioners sort of amongst the various committees, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I found last year that the calibration sessions were very helpful. Will those take place this year?
Yes, we always do calibration sessions with scoring teams.
Great, okay. Just wanted to put a plug for that.
Yeah, good point. Any other questions on this? Comments?
And then in the interest of time, I do want to point out one thing that was requested. There's one bullet point here in the PEI committee that says approve significant changes to RFPs for recurring types of funding. There are a few commissioners that wanted to know what significant was. So Chris actually has in the meeting packet a slide that he worked with Judge Roasty to kind of outline examples of what that could be. But maybe you can just talk through a couple of them to make sure everybody's comfortable.
Okay. In lieu of sharing my screen, right? Just out loud. So, so for the bullet point, yeah, that says significant changes to RFPs as opposed to quote technical updates to RFPs. Significant changes. This is generally what staff's proposed to the PDI committee at its first meeting and reported to the executive committee. And I do think the PDI committee plans to further flesh out the contours of this, but so that everyone gets to hear it. The current thinking is significant changes would be sort of discretionary, as in like the statute didn't clearly require this change, it's not explicit, but sort of things where the commission just exercises discretion for eligibility requirements. These are the, QLSPs but not support centers, or these are the types of QLSPs. Permissible activities, again, things that the statute hasn't explicitly said this is all that's allowed. Funding floors, ceilings, and allocation methods. Sometimes the statute will actually provide a required funding floor, but a lot of times the commission will set its own sort of budget ceiling, for example. Selection criteria and scoring rubrics. The scoring rubric is almost usually entirely at the commission's discretion. And then the RFP usually articulates the commission's expectations historically for like what pieces of information go in the application and reporting requirements, with staff usually figuring out like exactly how to phrase the question. And the list could go on and on. Like there's a lot of things that could be discretionary, things that like the statute doesn't clearly require. But it's an easier list of things that probably would be necessary statutorily or pursuant to a regulation, like necessary change, and it'd be really explicit. So those would be things like, this would be like a technical update, especially for reoccurring funds. The funding period changing from 1 year to another year. The application timeline, like the application due date needing to be a new date, especially if the general nature and sequencing of the application steps and process is the same from year to year, that we always do the scoring session. The amount of funds available is usually provided in the statute. Spend down dates are usually in the statute. And then any sort of excerpts from the statute, from a regulation, that just articulates eligibility requirements or permissible use of funds. The RFP usually just copy and paste that anyway. So we would, if that changes, we would have to update that language. And anything else that statute or regulation or a commission resolution explicitly states is like a change. Those are the sorts of things that would almost certainly be, these are just examples, but those are the sorts of things that would almost certainly be like technical updates. So if it was the 2025 partnership grants, the next year we're gonna have to change it to be 2026. And it would be like, the new calendar dates that are associated with that. So we're hoping that kind of just sort of illustrates how staff thinks it will be pretty easy to spot things that are like necessary, easy, explicit changes versus go to the committee for things that feel more discretionary, where the committee would want to say, yeah, that sounds right to us too. And it's not staff just making a judgment call.
Yes, Heidi, what's up?
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question because I'm a little confused, because I thought recurring grants were under the jurisdiction of the GES committee and not the PDI committee. And so the way Chris is describing things, that those are reoccurring grants like partnerships. So I thought that's what you just said when you talked about who was approving those ongoing things. So
Your committee is compliance issues. That's the distinction.
I thought you just, okay, maybe I misunderstood you because I thought it was, okay, we can talk about it later, but I'm a little confused, I'd say.
Okay. And then the last piece that I want to just draw your attention to, and that's in the memo, is grant reallocation. So that was something that we had originally contemplating being the PDI committee, but when staff went back and mocked it, it's a very administrative. So what this is sometimes we get return funds, or we get funds that grantees cannot spend down, and then we are going to like reallocate it based on the prescribed method. It usually is a formula method. We're suggesting that staff will just do those reallocations. That concludes my presentation.
Do we need a motion to approve these?
Yes.
Okay. Is anyone up for making the motion?
Move.
Okay.
Off the charter.
Efrain moves,
Kathy
Patience second. Oh, sorry.
Give it to Patience.
I know, she got
I
me
didn't see her.
first.
I didn't hear it.
Sorry, my head.
No, you're just blocked over here.
Yeah, I
can't
just-
see it.
All right.
Now go ahead and do roll call vote for this.
That'd be great. Thanks, Crystal.
Alakani,
I approve.
Babcock,
Yes.
Blakemore,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Elkin,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Huang, King, Klein,
Yes.
Mahoney, Morales, Pryor,
Yes.
Judge Rosie,
Yes.
Sandveld,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Stockert,
Yes.
Vargas, Escobedo,
Yes.
Milrod,
Yes.
Monserrat,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
17 yeses, 0 noes, motion passes.
Great. Thank you all very much. Thanks for the very robust discussion. And I feel like I'm so excited for all of this, that we have like these brand new committees, and we're going to have a really, I hope, a really good opportunity to keep moving forward with all this stuff. Okay, so I think the next things that we have are the agenda 4, right? So first is our open session minutes.
Oh, yes.
So those are the November 8th, December 12th, and January 7th open session minutes.
May I make a motion to approve them all together?
Yes, you can.
I would like to do that with one correction to December 12th, which was, I was actually there.
Oh,
If someone could add my name to this.
okay, friendly amendment that December 12th, Patience was there. Okay, so Patience moves. Can Judge Wong?
I second.
Second? Are you a voting member?
Oh, I'm not.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I appreciate the enthusiasm though. Sorry, not to take
Catherine seconds.
Catherine seconds. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do roll call vote. Alakani,
Wait, I'm sorry,
Yes.
what was the I didn't hear the.
Sorry, it's the motion to approve all 3 together of the open session minutes
Okay, thank
that are agenda item 4. And just to note, if you were
One technical change.
that's not
Yes.
really amendment
Knowledge
to
is
December
patience.
12th. Yeah, we'll have that.
Sorry, yes, that's a great point, Catherine. With the technical change of December 12th, that Patience was in attendance. And also just a quick note, if you were not there, you can still vote to show that your faith in the accuracy of the minutes. Okay, anyway, sorry, Crystal.
Alakani,
Yes.
Babcock,
Yes.
Blakemore,
Yes.
Campbell, Elkin,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Huang,
Yes.
King, Klein,
Yes.
Mahoney, Morales, Pryor,
Yes.
Judge Rossi,
Yes.
Sandveld,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Stockert,
Yes.
Vargas,
Yes.
Escobedo,
Yes.
Milrod,
Yes.
Alsarab,
Yes.
Annalee.
Yes.
And that's 18 yeses, 0 nos, motion passes.
Great. So we're going to take things a little out of order because we have guests and they have some time sensitivity. So we're actually going to skip consent calendar for the moment and we're going to jump to 6.3, which is about the disaster legal services. And so we'd like to welcome Skip Koenig, Director of Pro Bono at Neighborhood Legal Services in LA County.
Chris or Elizabeth, you guys want to do intro?
I'd be happy to. So, so we have both Skip and Jenny are online. So we can we like spotlight both of them. So we're my really quick intro because I think Skip might have to leave around 2. Maybe Jenny can stay a few minutes longer. The State Bar is a very, very proud partner in a really inspirational statewide collaboration called the Disaster Legal Assistance Collaborative, or DLAC, DLAC. And it's a really robust collaboration of government, legal services, trust fund commission grantees, county bar associations and law firms that are really invested in making sure that nonprofits and Californians are ready and taken care of before and after natural disasters. And Skip at Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County and Jenny Anders-Gable at Legal Services of Northern California are helping, among some others, to really lead the charge in California right now to respond to the wildfires that struck LA County. Even though Jenny's program is up in Sacramento, she's actually been spending a lot of time down here helping nonprofits respond. And both of them spoke to the PDI committee on February 7th. Their remarks were really, really energizing, and they have a really astute sort of suggestions for how legal services funding public policy could be even smarter. The dollars that this commission administers and other dollars that exist. And we wanted them to be able to share those remarks with the full commission. I should stop there because we're running low on time. So did you want to introduce anything else, Erica or Elizabeth or anybody, or Judge Rosie?
Turn it over to them, please.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Skip, Jenny, you're on.
Okay, I will start, and I apologize because I stepped out of another meeting to participate in this because this is incredibly important, not just to my organization, but to all the legal services up and down the state in terms of funding disaster assistance work. We, several years ago, right after the Woolsey fire in 2018, we were fortunate enough to get some funding through the Legal Services Corporation and then through Cal OES to provide assistance to low-income disaster survivors. Unfortunately, that funding ran out, and for the last 2 to 3 years, our organization has had absolutely no disaster assistance funding. But because we've been doing this kind of work dating back to 1984, we prioritized it. And so we continue to lead the effort in Southern California, responding to disaster needs of low-income disaster survivors. On January 7th, 8th, and for the next 2 weeks, our area was just struck by incredibly disastrous wildfires that you've all read about and seen. And Neighborhood Legal Services, along with several other legal aids, kind of jumped right into action, and we've been providing services ever since. We have been staffing the Disaster Recovery Center on a daily basis, 7 days a week, 8 to 10 hours a day, without really the funding to support that effort. So what we're really here to talk about and advocate for is the need for ongoing disaster funding, not just in response to a disaster, but to build the type of resilience that communities need and preparation that they need so that when the disaster hits, not if, but when, that legal services is there to really lead the charge, and not just on behalf of legal service organizations like ours and Jenny's, but the entire legal community. And that's what we saw happen in Southern California. We sent out a request for help basically, immediately after the fires. And we got close to 600 lawyers have responded and signed up to volunteer in one form or another. We were incredibly fortunate to have Jenny as one of those sort of volunteers who has really helped us tremendously in dealing with all issues, FEMA related. But again, we've kind of done that without the structure in place to really provide all of the services that are necessary. But because Neighborhood Legal Services of LA County prioritized it, we've been able to put up FEMA clinics with the help of Jenny and her some of her colleagues at Lisnick, landlord-tenant clinics. We're starting an insurance clinic. And like I said, we've been staffing the DRC on a regular basis to provide and respond to the other legal needs that the disaster survivors are presenting. What this really kind of shows that we knew, but unfortunately, it really shines us a spotlight on the need for ongoing, flexible, nimble disaster funding for organizations like ours throughout the entire state, because no region will be spared from some form of a disaster, whether it's wildfires, floods, earthquakes, landslides, or excessive heat events, which we're all seeing on a regular basis. So I'll stop there and pass it over to Jenny.
Thanks, Skip, and thanks everyone for having us. I completely support and echo everything Skip just said, but I kind of want to loop back around to Chris's introduction of us and really how I even came to know Skip and the relationship that I have with Neighborhood Legal Services, and that really is through this statewide collaborative through DLAC. It just so happens that the Woolsey fire and the Camp Fire happened on the exact same day in 2018. It was terrible, like bizarre that it happened on the same day, but because there was this growing collaborative of legal aid organizations, the state bar, private bar, friends and colleagues, we were able to get connected immediately. We shared the same disaster declaration number, which means we had a lot of the same people at FEMA we were working with and a lot of the same legal issues that were coming up and navigating some of the structures at that time. And we were really connected because there was this structure in place where we knew to get looped in. I don't think either of our organizations were really doing anything with DLAC. DLAC was kind of still in its infancy at that time. And since 7 years ago or 6 years ago when those fires happened, both of our organizations have stayed involved in this disaster planning and coordination at some level. As Skip mentioned, it hasn't always been at fully staffed levels. It hasn't always been in ways where there's been dedicated units set up or structured funding available, but both of our organizations have kept a commitment to at least allow us, if at minimum, to attend these meetings, and the meetings aren't just like a lot of meetings, which is another one on the calendar. They really are a space where we're able to, even in the blue sky times, to the extent that we're able to have those in California, we're able to stay connected to colleagues who we know have experience with this work. We're able to stay connected with colleagues throughout the state, but also a lot of our legal aid partners in other states where there's disasters happening all the time. And it's really useful to know when there's changes in federal law that might be applicable or other trends that folks are seeing. And so I think that, there's a lot of importance to the legal services organizations throughout the state having this on their radar in some way. That doesn't mean that there needs to be, full-time dedicated staff all year long for every program, big or small. But I think knowing that there is an existing structure of support, of experts, of resources, because when a disaster hits, it's not the time to reinvent wheels. When there's template letters or clinic models or expertise throughout the state, where there's experts scattered all over the state because these disasters hit every corner of our state. There's resources that exist, and so knowing when to plug in, which is at any time, is very useful. And I think that there's a lot to be said for having, just being, we have seen this enough in California that we know this isn't going anywhere. And the legal issues aren't just there in the first week or month of a disaster. I mean, part of why my position exists at my organization is because we're still helping people from those 2018 fires or the 2021 Dixie fire. And, we had a significant fire last year and we had earthquakes, and like the legal issues linger. And so knowing that this is the long road, but that there's all these people and resources that pro bono exist, again, for folks throughout the state, I think is the message that I'm hoping to share with you all today.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Oh, thank you. So thank you, Skip and Jenny. I also wanted to add before discussion that we have been working on a ledge proposal with LAC related to some of the disaster-related issues that Skip and Jenny have surfaced here. And so we will have a report on that, I think, in a forthcoming agenda item.
Great. Do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Do folks have questions or things that about while we have them?
Skip, feel free to log off. We know you have a hard stop at 2.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but this is really important, and so I'll stick around to answer if there are any questions.
Yeah, I think
I have
Aaron,
one question. With the population we're serving, how much of that is the indigent population would qualify for legal services? Or is that irrelevant to the program you have?
The population that we're serving in response to the recent fires?
Yeah, the Altadena and Palisades fires.
Well, so we're focusing all of our efforts primarily to the Eaton fires in the Pasadena, Altadena area. And I would say, well, certainly more than 50 to 60% of the people that we're seeing at the Disaster Recovery Center or that are calling our hotline or the DLAC hotline qualify for our services.
I can help clarify that question. So our funding, including for disaster relief, has to follow our business professions code, our eligibility standards. So programs can serve up to 200% of federal poverty threshold. The senior that comes in or a person with a developmental disability. There is a ledge proposal that Elizabeth will share later that we actually will be proposing for in times of a naturally declared disaster to raise that income standard from 200% to 300% to give programs a little bit more wiggle room for services. But right now it's at 200%.
What would that be in real dollars?
What is 200% in real dollars? A family of 4 at 200%. Can staff, one of you guys help me out? What is that? 60,000? 60,000? 65? Something like the ballpark?
Yeah, I would love to hear. Hi, Jenny and Skip. As a member of the PDI committee, I had the pleasure of getting this presentation from you earlier. And one of the questions I was sitting with after we met earlier this month is, what, other than these wonderful legislative proposals we're going to hear about later, which I hope will address some of the requests and needs that you've identified, are there other things that are kind of built into, whether it's the reporting or the RFPs or the statute or something around IOLTA or other streams of funding that are pinning you in and making it not possible for you to repurpose funding, or just trying to think about like identifying any barriers that we could potentially, help break down for you?
Jenny, you wanna start off on that one?
Sure. I will say, speaking on behalf of my work with Legal Services of Northern California, we cover 23 Northern California counties, very rural ones, very disaster prone. Most of the clients we serve, like probably over 95%, wind up being IOLTA eligible. They wind up being eligible either due to age, income, or disability. I think it's just the nature of the folks in some of the regions, and also just, you know, the people who wind up coming to us in the aftermath of a disaster. So I don't know what is on your agenda to know what you're discussing later. So this might be this. I don't know if this is not what you're asking, but I mean, I think the way funding is currently structured is flexible in that way, right? If we can use existing money to serve people who meet those eligibility guidelines. I know that one thing that we talked about at that PDI committee, and maybe this is on your agenda for later, is the flexibility in allowing organizations to serve other counties. For example, the support that I'm doing in Los Angeles to be able to use our IOLTA funds to serve Los Angeles County. That kind of flexibility is not the solution, but that kind of flexibility would absolutely enhance, especially in the immediate aftermath of a disaster, for people who need actual attorneys on the ground, particularly legal aid attorneys who have done disaster work before. I think that's really important, especially in the situations where the local program is impacted directly themselves, which our program has experienced and folks in LA have experienced when your staff is evacuated, when your offices are unavailable, how great it could be to have the other legal aid providers who have done this work show up and staff those disaster recovery centers, or at least get get the pro bono or the other things up and running, so that the local program can take care of themselves, or just the extra bodies. I really support that idea, or flex. Again, that's a current constraint, and that kind of flexibility could be useful. But I feel like I may not be responding to your question, so I don't know, Skip, if you had something else to add, or if someone wants to.
I don't. I would just reiterate what Jenny said about the ability to have help from other counties. As Jenny indicated, a lot of our staff were displaced as a result of the fires. Some lost their homes, which puts a substantial impact on the rest of our staffing. And so being able to draw on our partners in Northern California is essential. And we've gone through tabletop exercises about an earthquake, which, in the case of an earthquake, and it takes out large chunks of a region, then, if our offices are completely shut down and impacted, we definitely need the help of folks outside the area, outside our county, to be able to step in and provide the assistance.
Maybe I read this in something, or maybe I'm thinking about this, but right now the funding seems tied to a county. Right? You have to spend your funding in a county. And it's to answer that really good question about whether flexibility, I think Erin asked, this flexibility is needed, is would we need to change the statute to allow that kind of flexibility, and so maybe that's what you're going to talk about later. Maybe that's why I remember. But I just think that's a key part, because statutorily, there's these restrictions on how you count who you're serving and where. And if your money's all in Northern California, then I think it's really hard to say, we're now going to do services in LA, but we weren't funded to do those, right? So
it is a statutory requirement, unfortunately, but part of the slate of proposals that we'll be moving forward, there's a funding request and 2 policy. One of the policy requests would be to relax that statutory requirement around out-of-county expenditures to allow in times of a declared natural disaster that programs can deploy their staff elsewhere and utilize their IOLTA grants, and then also be able to count those as qualified expenditures.
Back to the original county?
The nuts and bolts, we have to figure out how to count it, but it would allow it. We would figure out a vehicle how to do it, but yeah. Because Jenny's program, the executive director, he had said to me, no matter what, they wanted to help, their colleagues in other parts of the state. But we want them to be able to count as qualified expenditures, because those are, it's for qualifying services, and I think this is what we would want programs to do. So hopefully, with the statutory change, it would encourage that.
And I would anticipate this wouldn't be a very large expense for each program, but it would be an incentive to be able to loan your staff's expertise, especially for short-term clinics. So maybe they could use IOLTA dollars, or maybe it would just count towards qualified expenditures, but it would be probably a very small handful of people for a couple of days. So that was what we were talking about.
I mean, it could also be a fun part of the funding as for this separate pot of money that could be administered that way too, right?
Can I quickly chime in to this point?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I don't, again, I don't know how this will look, but I would encourage a broad statement of a declared natural disaster. Like currently a lot of benefits are triggered when a president or a federal declaration is made. I think, you know, we don't know what that looks like or how often a federal declaration is made, and we wind up more likely and with more frequent state declared disasters or local declared disasters. And I think to the extent it's just a broad, similar to like the way current price gouging protections throughout the state is drafted, it's very broad for like any government. So it could be local government or state government or federal government to declare, you know, a disaster or a state of emergency, just to contemplate a variety of, you know, situations, or to not unintentionally carve out a lot of common disasters as well.
We have contemplated.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. And as the support center representative in the room, just want to point out too, I mean, all the support centers work statewide. I don't think any of our support centers have a specialty in disaster, but just to not forget about our agencies that are funded that are already working statewide, and you know, they're part of the picture too. Yeah.
Ryan, did you have a question or comment?
Do we have time?
Yeah.
Just a question, Skip and Jennifer, thanks for sharing your work and for doing the work unfunded. So I just want to reiterate that point. So just want to appreciate the work. The question I had is if you could elaborate a little bit on sort of what I heard you say, Skip, is we're trying to strengthen or even solidify an infrastructure that's able to be more resilient and can respond to this and other efforts, which I think is what we need to be doing. I wonder, we're trying to listen to, and you're appealing for us to be responsive and support, but in building these infrastructures, I have to imagine there are substantial portions of funding that is needed to build this infrastructure that the commission is just not funding or not connecting to. I wonder if you could just highlight some of those for us so that we understand what are the other things that you're needing and who might be funding that for you, or that you're hoping could be funding that for you.
You know, speaking for our organization, the experience that we've had over the last several years, what we're really looking for is the ability to hire more staff, so that we can continue to do the work that we've been doing without dedicated staff for this type of work. For example, when we had dedicated staff doing this several years ago, we were able to do a lot of outreach events and work closely with our elected officials, especially in, you know, the low-income areas that we serve, and make sure that the communities are getting the type of help and services that they need and deserve. And at that point, the focus was really on the climate crisis and excessive heat, the impact of excessive heat events on those communities. Working to, you know, increase green space, do something about the reflective asphalt. We've also been working on setting indoor standards for rental units. So what I'm trying to point to is the need for staffing to be able to do the advocacy when we're in blue sky times, but be able to then respond when a disaster hits, because we've got the infrastructure in place and we can then reach out to the structures, the contacts that we've made with all of our pro bono partners and our legal aid partners.
I see that Melanie has her hand raised. Melanie, do you want to
Just quickly, thinking about how to structure the collaborative program, that you were describing. I just wanted to say that the governor has California volunteers now go serve, and they were able to take some of our Justice Corps folks and repoint them for just a short time over to where they might help out in Los Angeles. And they helped the court self-help centers also to put people in the disaster sites as well. And so there might be a structure there that could help you with the language, to look at how to word your proposal that might be looked upon favorably by the administration. So I just wanted to point out they had a similar effort.
Okay, so just to be a little cognizant of time, Skip and Jenny, it was great having you here, and we really appreciate it. And if there's other, points of feedback that you'd like to share with us, we welcome you sending to the staff, and we will, obviously like to keep this all in mind. So we really thank you very much for coming and spending time with us and discussing with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
We're going to jump to 6.5, which is our presentation on statewide legal technology initiative for our grantees. And I believe Jennifer and Chriselle Ruguro.
Hi, everyone. Hi, can everyone? Oh,
yes.
Perfect. Okay. I'm going to speak really quickly to do some table setting before I hand things over to Chriselle. I'm going to forego my slides just for the sake of time. We're excited to present about our work on legal tech and AI. To do a little table setting, here are a couple of definitions. Legal technology is broadly any tool that is used for legal work. So this includes things like case management systems, which all of our grantees use, as well as platforms like Westlaw and Casetext for research. Artificial intelligence is also a broad term about technologies designed to have machines mimic human intelligence. Generative artificial intelligence, or Gen AI, is a subtype of artificial intelligence where the tool generates content. Often this is text, and often this is done through a chatbot. So many companies have developed these Gen AI tools that are designed to be used by lawyers or people working in law, and some have also designed tools for self-represented litigants. Additionally, some people have found uses for general Gen AI tools like ChatGPT for legal work. So how does this connect to the commission? We know that in both 2019 and 2024, the Justice Gap studies found that Californians received no or inadequate legal help for about 87% of their civil legal problems. We also know that the Commission's mission is to close California's justice gap by increasing access to legal aid. Additionally, the use of legal tech and Gen AI have proliferated the private bar. What does this mean? Unfortunately, it means that the gap between services and resources available for those who can afford private attorneys versus those who cannot is only continuing to grow, which is further expanding the justice gap. However, these tools aren't exclusively available to the private bar. By responsibly deploying legal tech and Gen AI, legal aid can potentially serve more Californians and therefore help shrink the justice gap. So very briefly, a small team of State Bar staff have been monitoring national and international developments in these areas since 2023 and working on projects to advance grantees' access to and usage of these tools. Some of these major projects were a convening in October of 2023 to introduce grantees to these tools. We've hosted 2 pilots, one of which will be wrapping up in the coming weeks, where grantees as well as State Bar staff have tried out paid tools for free. And finally, we put forth an RFP called the Legal Ops Technology and AI RFP over the summer. This project includes an assessment of a pilot cohort of 6 grantees with diverse tech needs and capacities, organizational sizes, and locations. The goal of the project is for the consultants to develop a plan for our office to launch what we're calling a statewide legal tech initiative to provide technical assistance to all of our grantees. This will help grantees utilize recommended AI and other technology to increase their operational efficiency to help serve more Californians in need. The goal of this initiative, again, is to make sure that all grantees who want to can harness Gen AI in responsible ways, not just those organizations that have capacity now. Also, we don't want to keep recreating the wheel either at the state bar or among grantees, and a legal tech initiative is going to be a way to enable us to be more strategic about scaling out programming to grantees and from one grantee organization to another. The consultants are helping us think about a comprehensive training and sustainability plan. This may include what we're calling a hub and spoke model. So our office could act as the hub, and grantees who may not have the resources to individually hire staff specifically to staff these projects could still benefit as the spokes. We've been really excited to work with a number of great grantee organizations, both in this project and outside of it, who are already doing really important work in this area. One of whom is here today, Crizel. But I also want to note again that lots of our programs are doing this work. So in addition to Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, there's Legal Aid Society of San Bernardino, Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, and University of San Diego Legal Clinics, among several others. So I'm really excited to pass the baton now to Crizel, and I will pull up the slides momentarily. Take it away, Crizel.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll just begin as you put up the slides. Just a quick introduction. The Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area is a 56-year-old organization with a mission to dismantle systems of oppression and racism and build a more equitable and just society. We do this through a multi-pronged approach, which includes direct service, impact litigation, and policy advocacy. And we have a team of 28 staff members, and we leverage a pro bono network of over 1,000 attorneys and legal professionals to work on our issue areas, which are economic justice, immigrant justice, and racial justice. So each year we serve over 1,800 clients and small business owners and entrepreneurs, and work on 30 high impact litigation and policy advocacy. So given that we are a small but mighty team, we felt that it was absolutely necessary for us to explore AI tools in order to meet the needs of our communities. Next slide. Thank you. So we had a very intentional approach around the use of generative AI at LCCRSF because we wanted to make sure that we did not contribute to systems of oppression. We started with the Berkeley Law AI pilot, which some of you might have heard. We joined the Berkeley Law AI pilot from November 2023 to January 2024, which where we received access to generative AI tools for free, and we're one of the organizations who received the concierge service. And as part of the concierge service, we received training, best practices, and technical assistance from Miriam Kim and her team. And we piloted the use of generative AI in our walk-in legal clinic, where we continue to use AI today. And we have also began a pilot use of LexText AI in our litigation practice and are looking to develop our own bespoke AI tools for our DEI protection program. Next slide. So consent was a really big consideration for us. So we wanted to make sure that we were deploying AI in an equity and client-centered way. So everyone involved in using the tools had to give consent. And we didn't use the tools when the client said no or when our pro bono attorney said no. Next slide. So where we're using our artificial intelligence is in our walk-in legal clinic. Our walk-in legal clinic provides free advice and referrals, and in some cases, limited scope assistance on a wide range of legal matters with the goal of giving information to anyone in need who walks through the door. And we serve over 250 clients a year, over half of whom are unhoused, and nearly 75% are from BIPOC communities. So our pro bono attorneys come with a variety of legal expertise, which sometimes does not match the legal issues of our clients. So why pilot in this legal clinic? So we felt that this was a lower risk application. With the support of Miriam Kim, we were able to implement safeguards to protect privacy and confidentiality, which includes not entering any identifiable client information into the AI tool. So in this context, we felt that the AI tools can help solve the bottleneck at our legal clinics, where we have very limited time with each client and even more limited time to conduct legal research and draft documents to help the client with their legal issue. So here we felt that the co-pilot model works. So the AI tool acts like an assistant and does not replace the pro bono attorneys. So it capitalizes on pro bono attorneys' ability to issue spot, analyze, and research. And ultimately, we decided to do this because we felt that it could improve client experience and client services. So to give you an idea, here is the legal clinic format. We allocate around 50 minutes for each client, which is broken up into 3 parts. Of these 4 parts, we found that the bottleneck happens in step 3, where the limited time could compromise the legal advice or work product that the client received. Often our staff have to do follow-up with the clients to deliver legal advice or referral at a later time after the clinic, which was very time-consuming. So the AI tools were most helpful to us in step 3, and it does not replace a pro bono attorney who still has to do step 1, 2, and 4. Without the AI tools. So this really helped our pro bono attorneys spend more time with the clients and streamline the problem-solving stage and give the client something more meaningful at the end of their appointment. Next slide. So here is a sample prompt that we have been trained by Miriam Kim to develop. Next slide. Just gonna breeze through this. And then here is a sample output. So instead of the pro bono attorney having to draft these letters from scratch, our pro bono attorneys can focus on checking for grammar, tone, biased language, add customized client information, and research the specific statutes reference. So we capitalize on the value add of an attorney, on the presence of an attorney. We were able to reallocate more time to understand the client's legal issue and connect with them. And pro bono attorneys were really able to focus on using their legal skills, and it removed the sources of bottlenecks and streamlined the process. So attorneys are editing and customizing instead of having to draft documents from scratch. So this reduced post-clinic work for our staff, and our clients walk away with something more meaningful. So next slide. All right, so what is next for us? We are hoping to deploy AI in our protection of DEI and nonprofits project, which provide California nonprofit clients with free advice and counsel to continue the important racial equity and advancement work and provide legal education and resources to those in the DEI and racial equity space. So under this project, we created an assessment tool so that we could operationalize our assessment using rule-based algorithm and deploy it in our legal clinic. So part of this initiative is also developing what we're calling movement building resources. So that includes pro bono facing trainings and resources. And we are hoping that the use of AI tools could help us streamline this process. Next slide. Oh, that is it. We are open for questions.
Thank you, guys. Any comments or questions?
I have a question, Chriselle. Do you use a paid subscription or a free software?
We do use a paid subscription. So currently we're using ChatGPT, OpenAI for nonprofits, which gives us like an enterprise level subscription at a discounted rate of $20 per month. I'm not working for them. I don't work for them. They don't pay me.
Other questions or comments? I'll ask, have you found it to be, has the tool been like pretty reliable? I flagged that just because I've obviously seen some of these articles where, you know, lawyers are having issues where there's hallucinations and their cases are being made up in their briefs. So I'm curious kind of what's your experience?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I mean, we are also very cognizant of that, which is why we chose to pilot it in our legal clinic, because this is a much more like lower risk application. And like what I mentioned, you know, it's not replacing the attorney, it's just getting us started. So it's like having a paralegal or a legal assistant or a law clerk draft something for you. So the attorneys are still having to make sure that everything is correct. So they're focusing on like confirming that the statutes that the AI tool is referencing are correct, are the right statutes. And so it kind of really works to counter that issue of like hallucination.
I'll ask one more question. And I sort of vaguely remember this coming up when like Gmail was first coming out, as far as, but the issues about like privilege, right? And sort of if you're sharing information, you know, about clients with kind of a, in sort of an AI or in like, you know, Gmail, the whole question was, well, they're scanning it, something like that. And I'm just curious whether you guys have, you know, obviously not seeing legal advice, but like, you know, whether there's been any news that you're aware of that, whether this issue on privilege comes up, or if you've thought about that as you've been deploying it. Yeah, confidentiality is Catherine's like flagging, because I think there's some issues about, I think OpenAI uses some of the inputs to then kind of build out other language models going forward. So just curious about that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So on like a larger kind of perspective, we are working with Tech Equity Collective to do a user agreement pilot. So part of that study is going to be to make sure that, you know, platforms like OpenAI are really like sticking to like their end of the bargain in their user agreement and making sure that clients' privacy are protected. So on the kind of I guess on a practical level, we do not enter any identifiable information onto the platform. So that is done after the draft is completed by the AI tool, and then our attorneys download it and then enter the client information after the fact. So we could prevent any issues of confidentiality. And then again, with like the consent piece, we want to make sure that our clients are also on board with this. And there is a lot of concerns in the client communities around privacy. So whenever that is an issue, we do not use AI tools.
And Erica, I'll just share, it has nothing to do with knowledge of how they're doing it, but just in our work at the center, we're doing this for nonprofits. What we've come to learn is the more you're building the agent you own and you do the paid enterprise, the more you can control and say the machine cannot learn from what I'm doing.
Oh, good. Okay.
The threat is when you're using all the free stuff, you are consenting to anything you're putting there, they're tracking, the machine is learning from you. So there is an incentive to, if you're going to do it, do the paid versions, have consultants that can restrict what the machine can use to learn and what it can't, and your language model. So that's just very layman's kind of way. I did have a question, and this is a great presentation and fascinating, innovative work. I'm just curious, and I may have missed it, if staff could share a little bit more, like how exactly are we supporting this kind of work as a commission in our fund?
Sure. So I'm sorry, I breezed through it, but so we started by in 2023 trying to give all of our grantees a baseline understanding of what Gen AI and legal tech are. The study that Crizel mentioned, we actually helped facilitate our grantees' participation in that study. So this was 91 legal aid attorneys received free access to what would otherwise be paid Gen AI tools. And as Crizel mentioned, some of them received concierge services to receive more one-on-one support to learn how to use the tools really well. That study was published last month in the Loyola Law Review Journal, and I'm sorry if I misstated the name of the journal, but I'm happy to share that link to the PDF with the commission because it's a really fascinating study. It demonstrated that providing this detailed support is a really great way to ensure that organizations can use the tools in the way that Crizel has described for what would be considered lower stakes tasks that save organizations a lot of time and are reasonably safe if done in a responsible way. From there, we've hosted a couple of pilots, as I said, where we work with smaller groups of grantees to use different paid tools for a set period of time and evaluate those tools. We're also working with consultants on this RFP, and that's really what we're working towards, this statewide legal tech initiative. So we hope that when we launch the statewide legal tech initiative later this year, it will serve as kind of a masthead under which all future work in this area can be done. And instead of being kind of more piecemeal projects like we've done to date, it'll really be organized in thinking about how we can scale out to help our current 115 grantees to use these tools in ways that help them serve more statutorily indigent Californians in ways that are ethical and responsible in the service of shrinking the justice gap. So that's the overarching goal, but I'm happy to share more details on that.
And let me add too, because Crizel mentioned that she had attended a meeting that we organized in October 2023. At that time, ChatGPT was new on the scene and everybody was trying to figure out. So we had a very high attendance at that meeting, but the vast majority of programs didn't really know how to engage. So in our office, we've kind of been tracking the developments, and there are a lot of developments. You open up the newspaper, you can see all the developments, and we're on, I can't even remember what version of ChatGPT we are now. But the last 6 or 8 months, what Jennifer and I have noticed, because we attend a lot of conferences and interface with a lot of programs, that a lot of these programs are actually now adopting it and coordinating themselves and amongst themselves to kind of really design programs that integrate some type of generative AI in it. I wouldn't say all of the programs, but there is a good number of programs that are trying to do this. So one of the things that we want to do with part of this kind of hardware contract is see where we can better support programs. One idea that might be emerging from there is, it's too expensive for, say, each organization to build out like a legal ops team, right? Some of our organizations are really struggling with even having a functioning case management system. So is there a way for the commission to support a statewide kind of legal ops support, whether that is housed at the state bar or housed in another entity? But what can this commission do to support kind of the statewide infrastructure of this? And that's where we're later this year, when we have more recommendations from the consultant, we will bring back through the PDI committee. This is the PDI committee is the one that's going to be kind of vetting this and kind of helping us to shape, and then we'll share it back out with the commission. That's all to say there's still a lot to be done. We don't have all the contours of what it is, but we wanted to preview this with the commission to know that this is the type of work that we are going to be doing, and it also is laid out kind of in the work plan.
So I've read the same stories everybody else has read about the schmuck who had his, what we had the AI write his brief and turned out the cases didn't exist and all of that. So what this reminds me of is, my contracts prof telling me never use a form book. Honestly, this is a shortcut that supposedly can save everybody a lot of time and effort, but that crucial, does this statute really exist? Is it used properly in this context? Like all of that, I'm not clear how that happens, and I'm a little worried that people will just blindly assume hey, this is being done for me magically by AI, and I don't have to worry about it. So that's problem number one. But the opportunity that I hear here, when you say legal ops, that might kind of standardized technology across the programs. That is really exciting to me as a former AD, where nothing necessarily matched with anything else. We had reporting obligations and then, but we had to pay for a bridge so that we could, from our case management system to the judicial council, it's like, oh, for God's sake, help me now. So it would be a real boon if there were standardized technology across legal aid programs that are recipients of grant funding from this commission. People have been pretty much left to their own devices, and it hasn't been pretty. So I have reservations about this. I'm not clear exactly how the commission, like what our role is with this. I mean, I hear you've been very active, but I'm not hearing the safeguards in place that would make me really comfortable with scaling this without some really robust and ferocious management and supervisory guidelines so that people are not, so we don't lose sight of the client well-being.
And I'll just respond to that really quickly. I mean, once we have some more concrete recommendations, one of the things that the commission could consider is maybe perhaps directing staff to work up some sample guidelines for programs. I know that's something that the state bar, we have some guidance on if we're using an AI tool, what are kind of the parameters. And I think I heard Chriselle kind of speaking to that. I'm not sure if LCCR has something like that, but we're taking the position that it's really kind of a tool to help enhance your legal work. It should not be a replacement for your attorney work or to shepherdize your case or to look up a citation in a case law, but it's really to make things, do it a little quicker, a little bit faster, but certainly not as a replacement. So maybe it's just something as simple as that, and then training's involved. And the training piece, that's something that hopefully, once again, we get some more concrete recommendation, we can perhaps coordinate with LAC or with maybe another support center or have a consultant come in and provide that type of services for all of our grantees.
May I add to that?
Sure.
Yeah, I will just say, I understand the hesitation and the fear around this type of technology, but also, the cost of admission to the use of AI is super low right now. And it is a very meaningful tool that could help nonprofit organizations really scale up the work. And I will just also name that best practices and AI policies are currently being written by the people who created this technology. So there is a need for legal service organizations to really participate in this conversation, because we can come to the table representing the clients and the communities that we come from and represent. And that is a voice that is missing in the AI conversation. So it's important that as scary as this technology is, we want to make sure that we are preserving our community's agency and how this type of technology enter their lives by being a part of the conversation.
Yeah, I was just going to affirm the need for guidelines, best practices prior to full-scale adoption. I think one area, at least on the Judicial Council side that we're talking about, and this is an active issue in the judicial branch, but one thing that is frequently discussed is the degree of transparency to those who are not involved in the use of AI, to know that AI was used in the preparation of documents, especially if those documents are going to have legal form and effect, in a litigation proceeding or otherwise. That's a flag that has been identified as AI was used in the development of law. I think that's important, but just generalized guidelines around best practices, appropriate use, not appropriate use, because, as was mentioned, this is whether it was sanctioned by a project that we did or otherwise, it's out there. People are using it. And so the sooner to get out with, for guidelines of what is appropriate use, or perhaps more importantly, what is known to be inappropriate use, is probably worth highlighting sooner rather than later.
And one more thing I want to add is AI and bias. And that is something we actually kind of contemplated putting on the commission's work plan this year for the staff to kind of look into, but we thought it was a little premature. Our sister organization, though, the one that Elizabeth runs, the Council on Access and Fairness, they are going to be looking at AI and bias, but a really narrow kind of way. But once we have some more information on that, we thought we would preview it for this commission and then see perhaps maybe next year that's something we might want to lead into.
And just want to add that our Office of Professional Competence and the Committee of Professional Responsibility have also issued guidelines related to AI. So that I think it would be useful for the commission to look at it in the future.
Great. Well, I just want to be a little bit thoughtful about time. Chriselle, thank you so much. This was like very educational and very exciting. And I agree with, having guidelines and guardrails, but it does, to the extent that it can improve legal services to the communities we serve, that's very exciting for us. So thank you so much for making time today. About this. Okay, so because we are, we've done our guest speakers, and so I'd like to actually, I know we're jumping around, and I'm sorry about that. But we need to jump back to our consent calendar, which is agenda item 5. Well, let me just first, well, give me one question and then you can do it. Does anybody need to take anything off the consent calendar? Hearing nothing, do we have a motion?
Yes.
Oh, wait, sorry. No, that was for I thought this was for this. Oh, sorry, just a flag. We are going to approve open session minutes from committees that have sunsetted. We normally don't do that. We normally let the committees approve their own minutes, and we don't do that. But just a flag that we are now approving those old committees' minutes. So again, if you weren't there, you can still vote in confidence of the accuracy of the minutes. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I thought that was on the other one. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Patience moves. Does anybody second? Tony seconds.
One moment. Okay, I'm going to do roll call vote for this motion. Alakani?
Yes.
Babcock?
Yes.
Blakemore? Campbell?
Yes.
Pelican?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Huang? Yes. King? Klein?
Yes.
Mahoney? Morales? Pryor?
Yes.
Judge Rossi?
Yes.
Sample?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Stalker?
Yes.
Vargas?
Yes.
Escobedo?
Yes.
Milrod?
Yes.
Halserath?
Yes.
Connolly?
Yes.
About 17 yeses, 0 noes, motion passes.
Great. And thank you to all of the committees for all their work on this consent calendar work. And so very grateful for getting all of that work done. All right. We got a lot of business out of the way. Thank you all. We're actually going to now move to our presentation on supporting grantees in a changing policy landscape. And that's going to be Sylvia and Jennifer.
Everyone. So our goal is to share with you both background and updates on the work that OA&I has been doing since last fall with grantees to be responsive to a rapidly changing policy landscape. So overview. So I'll start off with a little bit of background. Okay, so beginning last fall, the State Bar started organizing a series of touch points with grantees in anticipation of this rapidly changing landscape with its potential impacts on California's most vulnerable communities. A few weeks prior, in early November, the governor had issued a proclamation convening a special session of the legislature to bolster resources to protect vulnerable Californians. And as you know, these resources included additional EAF funds. SBX 1-2 was signed 3 weeks ago, which feels like forever ago, but was February 7th, providing $10 million to LSTFC grantees. Next slide. In December 2024, our office's staff convened 2 focus groups with approximately 30 legal aid organizations. And these are organizations that focus primarily on immigration legal services. And that was intentional on our part. We sought feedback to big picture questions, and they included questions like,
What are your organization's biggest worries about this landscape? What is your organization doing to prepare for these changes? And what can the State Bar and LAC and the Commission, with the Commission's support, do to enhance public protection for California communities and California immigrant communities? The insights were incredibly granular and rich and wide-ranging, from innovative rapid response models deployed on the border to preparing Know Your Rights materials that meet broader community needs given the constrained capacities and limited staffing resources of our grantees. And these focus participants were executive directors, legislative directors, program directors. And we were able to use these viewpoints and insights in one major way, as data, but also to structure and formulate questions for a survey. So in contrast to a focus group, the goal was to elicit responses from grantees at scale. So we distributed a 20-question survey to all 115 grantees working across the state, across all legal areas. And the goal was to gather data and further identify and assess the kind of support that grantees could receive from the State Bar and share those recommendations with the Commission. So given the timing of the survey, this was mid-January to early February, we were also able to include a question to assess disaster legal assistance needs following the fires in Southern California. So the broader goal of the survey was to gather data, of course, but also to have organizations specifically identify constraints, capacities, and priorities, as well as to help the Commission effectively assess grantee needs and help our office refine, enhance its support. So the survey was divided into the 4 categories that you see. Service requests pertain to new and existing clients, potential impacts from policies that grantees anticipated, and the survey asked respondents to provide dollar figures on IOLTA EAF funds that their organizations would need to either maintain or increase civil legal services to indigent Californians. And there was, like I mentioned, questions further tailored to disaster legal assistance, and as well as homelessness prevention needs, given the sunsetting of those funds. Okay, so we received responses from 74 organizations, 57 QLSPs, and 16 support centers, and this represents roughly 64% of all of our grantees. We shared findings from the survey during a virtual roundtable a few weeks ago on February 10th, where we had over 100 participants. And we appreciate a shout out to Erica and me for providing welcome remarks. So I wanted to share with you some findings that we shared during that roundtable. So the survey asked if organizations have seen an increase in requests for services since November, and the majority of them, or 68%, responded in the affirmative. To hone in on these requested services, as you can see from this graph, not surprisingly, immigration and housing issues were the most common areas of law that organizations received from clients. 84% of requests were for immigration legal services and 42% were for housing related needs. So this slide contains some common themes that were identified based on open-ended answers from respondents, and this was to the question, what are the most urgent types of services requested by clients? So as I mentioned, immigration and housing legal service requests were the greatest, and this slide presents a little bit more granularity on the what. Based on our coding of the data, you'll see that in columns 1 and 2 that we identified the most urgent types of services requested in immigration legal services. This included immigration relief, adjustment of status requests, assistance requests for detention and habeas. And then for housing legal needs, this included unlawful detainers, defense, prevention, and appeals, as well as questions about affordability, affordable housing more broadly. Columns 3 and 4 are similar to each other, while slightly different from the first 2 columns, insofar as the 2 latter columns have cross-cutting needs. So a number of survey respondents pointed to a significant number of public benefits inquiries given eligibility concerns. Clearly this intersects with things like immigration status. things like housing benefits, things like Social Security, etc. And then column 4, the responses were also broad and likely again reflects the timing of the survey. It was opened in late January and it closed in early February. And so you'll see that we just identified these in 2 major clusters. So the primary inquiries were coming about small business recovery and assistance, given the scope and the devastation of the fires, as well as housing concerns. And again, 3 and 4 cut across multiple areas of law.
We knew that one of the major concerns of grantees would be funding. So as Sylvia mentioned, we asked some questions related to funding priorities. And what we found was that the top 3 priorities were related to increased staffing. First and foremost of attorneys, secondarily program support. So that's everyone from IT, social services, development, grants management, etc. And then the third was to increase staffing for paralegals. The survey itself closed on February 5th. As Sylvia mentioned, we shared the preliminary findings during a virtual roundtable with grantees on February 10th. After that, we've been incorporating feedback from the roundtable for further analysis. And we plan to present our refined findings later this month at 2 in-person convenings in March. So to give a little bit more details, we will have convenings in March for grantees, first in Los Angeles on March 10th, and then in San Francisco on the 13th. And the purpose of those convenings will be to provide grantees an opportunity to further identify priorities, develop strategies, and collaborate on enhancing legal aid's role in protecting Californians amidst an ever-evolving policy and funding landscape, as well as ongoing disaster response and recovery. The convenings will feature facilitated sessions on innovative approaches to service delivery and advocacy, disaster legal services, and network building to enhance collective impact and safeguard access to justice for the most vulnerable Californians. So in addition to all of the other work that we've done for this project, we are now also working on a fact sheet and legislative proposals for additional funding. In order to do this, one of the things that we've looked at is sources of grantees funding in 2023 in order to analyze the funding sources for grantees. To do this, we looked at, we collect this information annually as part of the IELTS application process, so we've been looking at that data. And according to the 2023 data, federal funding made up approximately $135 million, or 18% of grantees' total funding. To break that down further, approximately $51.8 million, or 7%, was from LSC. We have 11 LSC funded programs in California, and approximately $83.2 million, or 11%, was from sources, from other federal sources that include things like the Department of Justice, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Health and Human Services, and the Treasury. So some of those major grant sources of funding include Victims of Crime Act, grants, Violence Against Women Act, CDBG, and others. Okay. And then there was, obviously, as you can see here, other or non-federal funding of approximately $646.1 million for the year. Okay, so before I hand things over to Javon, Elizabeth, and Joyce to talk in more detail about the specifics of the legislative proposals, we've drafted some recommendations to address the changing funding and policy landscape, as well as the increased demand for services. So right now we have 6 of these bullet points. The first is to prioritize flexible multi-year funding to enable grantees to respond to crises, as well as losses in federal and other funding sources. The second is to help grantees modify their service delivery models This was this was a response to one of the survey questions, and was seen as a way to help grantees support Californians in ways that make sense in this current moment. So this will include using things like legal tech as well as strategic community partnerships in order to help address the needs of some of the most marginalized low-income Californians, such as disabled, rural, senior, and limited English proficiency Californians, in response to overlapping needs to increase services while also prioritizing client safety, such as by pivoting to remote delivery options. Third is creating a dedicated fund for the Commission to rapidly respond to emergent legal services needs. Again, Duan and Elizabeth will share more about this specific recommendation with the next slides. Next, we have funding for organizations that specifically serve rural Californians. We know that rural Californians are more likely to live in legal deserts. Those are areas that do not have a sufficient number of attorneys and are therefore disproportionately underserved. Dedicated funding would therefore help increase access to attorneys in these areas. Next, we recommend supporting recruitment and retention to strengthen the legal aid pipeline. The Commission currently administers the Legal Aid Leadership Fellowship Program for summer fellows. One idea is building on the success of this grant to create a multi-year post-grad fellowship, perhaps for 2-year grants, in service of increasing the number of legal aid attorneys in California. And finally, supporting a statewide disaster legal services coordination and recovery response, again, which Duan and Elizabeth will discuss in more detail shortly. Okay, Duan?
Sure. So as you heard from Jennifer, we've been doing a lot of legwork. We've been interfacing a lot with our programs. You all know that we received the additional $10 million through special sessions as an increase to EF. Now we're starting our advocacy during the regular session. So we've been working very, very closely with LAC to kind of come up with some proposals that we will then advance. We don't have all the information yet of what exactly the dollar figures, but we did want to share with you a little bit. We've also been trying to coordinate efforts with change lawyers as well as the Access to Justice Commission. So as you heard from Jennifer, in 2023, legal aid received over $130 million in funding from the federal government. We know that a lot of that funding is going to be at threat. It's not a matter of how much, it's a matter of how deep or how devastating it's going to be. So one of the things that we will be advancing is an increase to the Equal Access Fund grants. Right now, we receive about $30-something million in Equal Access Fund grants. We're proposing to increase that by an X amount of dollars. We haven't settled on it yet. It's Selena and Lauren have been in Sacramento trying to figure out what is a kind of a viable number to advance. But what we want to say is this funding will be to kind of cover somewhat the budget shortfall. It's not going to be able to cover everything. Those are 2023 numbers. We believe that the amount of federal funding in 2024 actually has increased. They have increased. And Selena and LAC, they have issued a supplementary survey to programs to kind of get at what that figure is. We're still waiting for the results, but we do think it's going to go up. And I don't know if you have those figures with you, Selena, that you can share later. But we don't think that the state budget is going to allow for a fully to be able to go in and patch that up completely. But we're hoping to do what we can, and that the commission can then provide some funding to cover the shortfall. What we're proposing, and we haven't completely landed on this, but I'll share with you the contours of it, to go out half a formula, but not the IOLTA formula. It would be half based on some formula of how much federal funding each program has received, and they get like a pro rata share of that. The other half would be based on a competitive grant, and there might be a preference for programs that have been hit harder by federal funding cuts, maybe programs that are in rural areas and remote areas, and perhaps even that grant, maybe we would hold it back and see as it goes along. So there's a lot of unknowns, but those are kind of the things that we've been brainstorming with LAC about. So that's like the big ask that we would advance this year. And then there are a whole slate of asks related to disaster relief. I'm going to turn over to Elizabeth to kind of talk about.
So we heard a lot already from Skip and Jenny about the needs in disaster. And so we had three kind of related proposals that we would hope to advance this session. One is to increase income eligibility for those impacted from 200 to 300% in times of a disaster declaration. And we have contemplated that it shouldn't just be a federal declared disaster, but also statewide and local. And then the other topic that we discussed with Skip and Jenny was the by-county expenses issue. So we want to, of course, encourage flexibility for our grantees who are impacted by disasters, and also for those who have disaster expertise to lend their knowledge and share information for other impacted counties. As we've mentioned, the Disaster Legal Assistance Collaborative, DLAC, has worked really hard over the past probably almost 10 years now to really develop a lot of expertise in disaster legal services. And so the ability to share and partner with one another and collaborate, I think, is definitely something that the Commission would want to be able to support. So that is something that is contemplated. And then related to dedicated funding, we would seek dedicated funding to assist with some of the recovery efforts for the LA fires currently, but also to encourage and support planning and coordination, including the work of DLAC and the statewide website that has a lot of resources available to disaster survivors.
And then one other request that is not on this screen is that we've been working on a proposal jointly with change lawyers for about $5 to $10 million for multi-year fellowships. So this would go to help with recruitment and retention for legal aid attorneys. The reason we didn't put it on the slide is change lawyers really this is what they do. Their bread and butter work is to kind of support new attorneys and provide that kind of capacity building. So we want to be we've been giving them kind of strategic advice on how to shape that program, and we'll collaborate with them on data retention and perhaps lend some expertise to them around that. They're still working out kind of the kinks to see if they can administer it. If they're actually not in a position to administer it, the state bar, and we will step in. But we are working with them on that. It's just we don't know if that's going to be us administering. Most likely we'll be change lawyers in some capacity.
And just to add to the fellowships, I think one of the priorities for the fellowships would be for rural areas.
So I have a question, if I may.
Of course.
Since it sounds like there'll be some budget shortfall, because there'll be a change in federal funding, when we look about the priorities for immigration, do we distinguish between the various categories, people without papers, people in state prison, people with felony convictions? Obviously, the governor is making that distinction right now. What about the grant process?
So our funding doesn't have any restrictions to any categories related to immigration. The new funding that we increase, the $10 million for EF, there's not an explicit restriction in the statutory language. However, there is, I believe, Assembly Journal language, and the governor's intent letter does say, and Jennifer and Silva, can you help me out with what that restriction is?
The restriction prohibits the use of funds for individuals in removal proceedings who have, quote, serious or violent convictions.
Actually, in any immigration proceeding.
Thank you.
So for that $10 million, there is that restriction that though it's not statutory, we are putting it in our grant agreement with grantees that they cannot use it on.
Well, there's a legal definition of serious violent felony.
Yes, I think it
There
tracks.
is not in the statute.
In the statute, there's
In the language.
The
it
language
just
is not,
uses
yeah.
that. And California might have a definition, and we don't really know what it is.
Well, there is a definition in California for serious
There
violent
is.
felonies.
Well, it doesn't track back
They
to
didn't
it.
track
Yeah, they didn't track back. So we can look at that, and I think we have looked at that penal code section. But again, it's not a statutory restriction. It's just in legislative intent language. It's in a journal. And then when the governor signed this bill, he issued an intent letter that has that a version of that phrasing. I would say they're not identical phrasing, and what's in the ledge journal and what's in the governor's. So we went with a more restrictive restriction for our funding. And then we have Joyce is going to talk about what we're going to be doing potentially with the grant.
So you've just heard of the sort of immense funding pressures I think our nonprofits are facing, our legal aid organizations are facing. So I think we think it's critical that at this moment, we should be proactively reaching out to private philanthropy, both to educate them on how to use funding for legal aid organizations as part of their toolbox, and then also to encourage them to give more and give now, because the risks are obviously very clear, both in the short term and the long term. So we're currently scoping out various opportunities to have funder briefings, other kinds of collateral that we can share with them, many of which have already been produced as part of the advocacy that you're doing for, to the legislature. So it's really about leveraging the knowledge that you've already gained, we have already gained and are already sharing, and also sharing that with philanthropy, which is, anecdotally we know that they are really interested in learning, and they want to know the data. And if anything, we collect a lot of data. And so we think it's just really important to begin engaging them constructively.
Great, thank you guys for the really interesting presentation. Any questions or comments before I move to our next topic? Yeah, definitely.
Just one quick, it's a comment, so it's not a question, don't need a response, but just as I read this and just thinking about our actual environment, you just look back 6 years, wonder if there's a lot of emphasis on just using disaster, and I wonder if going to the well right now, there's creative ways to use disaster and extreme urgencies or something, because there are a lot of urgent things like shifting immigration policy landscape, executive orders, contract pauses, DEI, things that are just as urgent as sometimes as a disaster, maybe not as graphic and material. So just that, as I see, we're very pegged to disaster, and that gets us very much in. More urgency.
So I'll mention, I can't remember, did you talk about 6033?
No, we didn't talk about that. So in last year, we did try to advance a proposal to amend Business and Professions Code 6033, which is related to the Justice Gap Fund, which the statute requires us to distribute funds from the Justice Gap funds by formula. And so we're going to try to advance that proposal again this year to allow the commission to distribute those funds for emerging needs.
Urgent and emerging.
Urgent and emerging needs.
So that's exactly
Just one little piece too for context is that when we asked for these funds as part of the governor's special session, we really thought of it as an increased need based on all of these changes coming, but then now we have these federal funding threats. And so in every conversation we've been having about the special session, that was a down payment. We know that the need moving forward will be a lot larger, not only because the need will continue to increase, but also because it's federal funding threats. So we are asking for funds not only for kind of the bread and butter legal services, but targeted funds to really address the needs that will be coming up.
Okay. Why don't we now turn to, I don't know if I'm,
Is there a comment?
No, okay. Thank you guys, thank you Steph very much for a really very interesting presentation. And why don't we turn now to our presentation on legal aid data project plan, which I name is Crystal's.
Try to finish strong. There's been a lot of information and presentations the whole day. So this is agenda item 6.6 regarding the legal aid data project plan. We previewed this at the PDI committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, so just excited to share with the full commission and also a more detailed timeline of sort of what that looks like. Just as a brief overview and a refresher, the types of reports that, here's a screen of the types of reports that grantees are currently required to submit. This includes annual legal aid reports that's reported across all funding sources. This can be state bar and non-state bar funding, your case summary report, main economic benefits report, impact litigation and advocacy work report. There's also grant-specific reporting, there's expenditure reporting. Overall picture, there's just a lot of reporting overall. Just as a reminder, we've been talking about data with this committee for the last several years. So just the most recent update Back last November, the commission approved the following resolution, which you'll see on screen. These were a couple of suggested reporting updates to the grantee reporting regarding streamlining expenditure reporting frequencies, making some administrative updates to some of those annual legal aid reports that I referenced just for consistency in the reporting data that we were collecting. And then also looking at a larger picture, enhanced reporting requirements for IOLTA. Specifically, this included adding 4 questions to the semi-annual reports regarding recruitment and retention efforts, programming, infrastructure, narrative information, and how IOLTA impacts the grantees organization. All of these recommendations, we garnered committee or grantee feedback during webinars and other feedback opportunities. The next couple of slides are just a quick overview of currently how we've been able to use the reporting data and just a visualization with our current reporting that we're able to use. This is the homelessness prevention fact sheet that shows 5 years of impact, and this was shared with the legislature. Quick overview. I think we've shared this previously, but again, just reminding folks how we sort of displayed the data, aggregated it, and then sort of put it in an easier, hopefully easier to digest format. This is something that we've shared with Black. I believe this is the Equal Access Fund, and just showing the reporting data, funding information, various outcome and output data in 2020, I believe it was 2022 or 2023. Again,
Crystal, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So these look amazing, and I would love for you to continue showing them. But one thing we've discussed in the past is trying to have kind of a dedicated web page or some place where this stuff is easily accessible. So I think one of the things that can be a little bit of a struggle is can people access it? Can they see it? Easily and quickly. So I know that's not something, I'm not asking whether that's part of your plan, but I would just like to reiterate that I would love it if we had a cool library or something.
I think that alludes to our implementation plan discussion that we'll have later. I think in a few minutes regarding communications and sort of sharing the information out with stakeholders and the larger audience. So noted. Thank you. Just another example, this is the Legal Aid Leaders Fellowship grants. We collected different types of information pre and post survey, which lended itself to a different type of format, different types of things to highlight. Okay, so this segues into the actual project itself. Here you'll see a note, language from the current Commission's 2024 to 2028 strategic plan, specifically Strategy 3, which is to increase access to legal aid through greater accountability, transparency, and visibility, and that action item below. And then relatedly, the PDA Committee's charter, which you all just approved today, and this specific bullet point was nested into that charter about exploring ways to refine the Commission's reporting framework to reduce burdens on grantees, support transparency and mutual accountability, promote impactful communication with stakeholders, and reflect meaningful program evaluation. Just to show the connection point between the two. Breaking up the goals and objectives a little bit, just wanted to delve a little bit more into what that means. So that first goal, updating the data collection and reporting framework, is to support transparency, mutual accountability, impactful communication with stakeholders, and what that looks like. There's going to be a lot of sort of looking internally, introspection, and research, also taking a look at some other funders, some other philanthropic organizations, to see how grantee outcomes and impact is communicated, how the data is collected, and how that would inform how we do our own reporting. We're also going to be taking a look at our current reporting, just to be more critical and figure out which data elements and what type of analysis could impact how we monitor our grantees and how this helps report on the impact of the legal aid grants. We're going to also be looking at our legal aid data. We have a ton of data that we're collecting with some grantees over the years. We're going to select the past period of 5 years and then share that out with the Commission again, reporting on summary findings, any trends or service impacts that we've observed over that time period. And then, with this process, we do want it to be iterative and we do want to have engagement with our grantees. So we're planning on engaging key stakeholder groups. We're going to have an advisory working group comprised of grantees, our liaisons, and other stakeholders. We'll be working closely with the PDI committee, as well as keeping the commission informed. That second half of reducing the mandatory.
Oh, you, Crystal. I
Yes.
think Catherine had a. Okay.
Sorry, there's a lot of information. The second, just breaking up that other goal of reducing mandatory application and reporting burden on grantees. Again, we're going to be inventorying our current reporting and application requirements. We're going to be gathering feedback from grantees, just noting where they experience the highest reporting burden. We're going to try to identify which data elements are essential, maybe which ones we could maybe phase out and no longer collect. Try to be proactive in identifying solutions to minimize redundancies or maybe inefficiencies in the process, and then overall develop a standardized reporting framework. I will pause and I'm running through this. Good catch.
If you're done, mine's a bigger question, not just this.
Okay, I have, I think, two more. Well, this might be my last one. So this is just the 2025 to 2026 project timeline, keeping in mind with those charter goals and the strategy plan and sort of the time frame, just so you get a glimpse of sort of the action items during this time frame of what we hope to accomplish. We presented a brief overview at the February 7 PDI committee meeting, and then today at the commission meeting. We'll be beginning the literature review and researching vendors to identify best practices from now through April. The 5-year review, summary, and analysis will happen from April through September. The inventory of the application and reporting data will happen during the fall. Recommendations will be towards the end of the year, beginning of next year. And then we'll circle back with the commission in hopefully spring of the 2026, and then implementation TBD if all goes according to plan. As a little asterisk, we put that throughout this project and throughout this timeline, we will regularly engage with that advisory working group that I referenced and the PDI committee just to share our interim findings, discuss potential recommendations. So it would be a back and forth dialogue with both groups.
I've listened to all this amazing information today, and I think I'm left with not understanding what the commission as a whole or individually could be doing, if anything, to help with implementation. So maybe it's intended as this is to update you about our strategic plan, our work in the strategic plan and its information. But having sat here and getting everything together, I guess I'm just trying to see, is there something we as a commission should be doing to support the work?
Well, we wanted to feature a couple of the items because it's a lot on the work plan. A couple of the ones that we thought you might want to or might be of particular interest to you, so you can have feedback. The presentation that you have just saw, the last, I think, 3 or 4, all of that work is going through the PDI committee. In terms of what we didn't feature as much is the compliance committee work, because that's our bread and butter work. That's work that you're all used to. So we didn't say do a presentation on how IELTS and EF application works. So we concentrate our efforts on some of the big projects that are going to be going through the PDI committee, so they can inform kind of this implementation plan. But we're not taking it each one by one, if that makes sense.
So there's nothing really. There's nothing the rest of us need to be doing. Like, are we being asked to provide information about our thoughts about things to I do not understand these.
Sorry, it's your reactions, kind of just like when we had the tech one, and I think Patience was like, maybe you guys should think about safeguards. When that committee gets to it, that they will, we'll roll back.
So
It's
maybe
just that
it's like forming some questions that would be helpful for the commission as a whole, since we've all been here, just forming questions that would be helpful for us to provide feedback on, right? Like to think about how can we be,
we're at the end of it now,
legislators.
So maybe next time we can do that. This is our first foray into this type of meeting, so that's great feedback for us.
Yeah.
On how you want these planning sessions to be.
So I think at a high level, look, just to your point, as a big picture, our goal here was to give everybody an overview of some of the big projects that the staff is embarking on, things that we think are big initiatives. That's on the tech side, things to help, address these the new environment with depletion in funding resources. This one is about a new data reporting issue. Now to your point, like we can refine how we make those presentations. Maybe we do it in more like a discussion group kind of thing. But also we welcome, if there is feedback on that. If you think the reporting requirements or undergoing reporting, this kind of thing is something that you would like to provide more information on or feedback on, please do so, But the goal for this was really to try to give everyone here's the big things we're trying to do at the commission pursuant to our strategic plan and doing it at a high level. And I think we're getting a lot of details, and in some ways that's really great for us. I think it's sometimes can be a little bit information overload, especially in the afternoon, but we really appreciate that the staff is trying to educate us on these things so that if there are questions or concerns, we have them. So speaking to that, this data reporting issue, do people have feedback about having more data come in from organizations? And if you don't, that's okay, but that's something we're going to be working on.
What's what the staff is really working on, right?
That's true, but there are things that we're going to have to approve as part of the reporting requirements, is my understanding, right?
So maybe it's pulling those out and saying
Yeah.
Pulling those out and saying, what would you want to see as a part of this? Does this seem like too much, too little? Asking, just even using that as an example, asking us some questions that we could reflect on, tell us who to send, what our thoughts are, so we can get to the right committee or whoever's doing the work or something.
If I could jump in real quick as a member of the PDI committee, and just to point out, the staff did have, to your point, Catherine, kind of prompts and discussion questions throughout the committee level, along the lines of what you're mentioning, does it seem like too much? What else would you want to see? And we talked about that at the committee. So if I'm hearing Erica correctly, the intent is not to duplicate that discussion here necessarily, but more of an informational item. But I do think your point, Catherine, kind of raises, as we're all grappling with the new committee structure, what do we do there? What do we do here? What, to make the best use of everyone's time.
But I guess to that, I would say that is fabulous, but I have no idea what feedback the committee provided to the staff. I don't know what the questions were, and I don't know what the feedback is. So as a commission member, I would be really interested in knowing, what did the committee think? You might have said, it is all amazing and good, and we don't have anything. That's helpful to know, or we thought it should do this or do that, right? So that would be a helpful way to think about it too.
Yeah, and the format of this meeting doesn't need to be the way we've done it. Like I said, because this is our inaugural meeting planning session. The commission has never had a planning session. We had our strategic plan last year. So there's a format that you think would be better use of your time. If you actually don't enjoy this, I think that's fine. We don't need to do it, honestly. Next year we could shrink it, we could break into 2 days. If you enjoy more of the governance piece of it, we can pivot and purely leave it at the committee level. And then we just thought, because it's our first time approving a work plan in this kind of format, that you could use a little bit of context. Maybe it was too much context, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I'm actually even not trying to, I'm really just trying to wrap my head around it and how I can be helpful, right? And so maybe it's asking us questions when we think about it. I do feel pretty much information overloaded. And I'm also, in case you have never observed this before, not really great at sitting still for So it's maybe asking questions that we could, I'm really just finding ways to engage people in this work so that we know how we can be helpful and what questions we can answer.
Well, on that note, maybe we should take a break, just to give everyone a chance to stand up, get some coffee, get a snack, do a bio break, and then we can we have only a couple more things.
Only one more voting item.
Only one more voting item, and that'll be more of a discussion point. So why don't we take a break and come back at 5 minutes or so, and then, because we got about 25 minutes to go.
Okay, so
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding.
I need the xylophone, at this, symphony or the whatever. I don't have one of those. All right, so the voting item that we want to get handled, that we want to take care of is what all of this has really been building up to, which is our implementation plan for 2025, that is building off of the work we did last year, which was our strategic plan. Last year, we sort of gave up we developed our like kind of totems, our guidelines. Now we're actually need to vote on, and what was in your, was in the preparation materials, a very lovely, I will say, congrats to staff, implementation plan about how we're going to actually follow through on our strategic goals that we worked on last year. And so I'll turn it over to Dwan. I will also say, just briefly, we're going to skip the pending 2024 Justice Gap Study recommendations for now. Those recommendations will be more solidified in April. So we're going to skip that agenda item. We're going to table it for now. Okay, so let's get into our implementation plan.
So Joyce and I are going to present on this together, and thank you to Joyce. She really took the lead on putting it into this format. So what we did is for each of the strategies, the commission voted on the 5 strategies and it's in its strategic plan. We have items related to each one of these that are like, we think are measurable, that we like, that will help to further these strategic goals. I do want to note, and it was noted in the memo, this is a living document. We will need to modify this, expand, contract, move deadlines, and so forth throughout the year. So we plan to actually, at every commission meeting, maybe not a big presentation on it, but let you know where we are at on some of the big items from the committee. Like you'll hear back a report on our, our ledge report. You'll hear back on compliance work. This is kind of an outgrowth of all of this. So I'm not going to actually go one by one because I think you had a chance to read, but Joyce and I are happy to take any questions.
Sorry, Devon, we might be muted for those online.
They're
into the room.
We're unmuted.
Looking in on here.
We're unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, any questions? If not, then we can wrap it up and vote and be done to our 2 liaison reports at the end.
Everybody loves it. It's amazing.
I loved it. I think it's amazing.
Great. I want a hard copy so I can put it in my bookshelf.
You can frame it on multiple.
Yeah, it's very pretty. Awesome.
I just want to say thank you to the staff. From everything we've heard today, you have just done amazing work, and I have hope, which is scarce these days. And I just am so impressed. So just thank you.
Thank you to the staff. All of these things that were presented today, which are, sort of illustrations of the way in which we're going to implement this plan, are really, I think, a huge tribute to staff and their thoughts about how our commission can really interact in the ecosystem, and our services and our advocacy and our role as a liaison is needed now, I think, quite critically. So many, many, many thanks. I echo what Judge Wayne Gutierrez said. All right. Well, if we love it, which I'm so excited that we do, and we don't have any other comments, is there a motion to adopt our implementation plan? Right? We're ready.
Falcon moves.
Oh, good. We got 1 second. 2 seconds. Oh, Vanessa.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take roll call vote. Pelicani?
Yes.
Babcock?
Yes.
Blakemore? Campbell?
Yes.
Falcon?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Fong? King? Klein?
Yes.
Mahoney? Morales? Pryor?
Yes.
Judge Rossi?
Yes.
Sandville?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Stalker?
Yes.
Vargas?
Yes.
Escobedo?
Yes.
Milrod?
Yes.
Paulsera? Connolly?
Yes.
Okay, that's 15 yeses, 0 noes, motion passes.
Great. Oh, we have an implementation plan. Thank you to staff. Thank you to the commission. Such exciting work. And next year we'll do it again for 2026. Yay! All right. Great. Let's do our liaison reports. Let's start with Judicial Council. Melanie, what do you have to update?
I'm gonna start off with some, well, I think it's all exciting news, but the Judicial Council accepted our reports at their February meeting, and they were so intrigued that by the work that they read about, that they've invited Erica and Amin to come to the April Judicial Council meeting and do a presentation about the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission. So that is just so exciting, and I am really pleased, and I can't wait to see everybody on the dais and doing your stuff. And then secondly, I have to report that the contracts for the funding for the special session are moving just as quickly as they possibly can through our process. And sadly, we have to work with a couple other organizations and make things coordinate, but they are moving at lightning speed. And so we hope to have that funding just as, again, quickly as possible out to the organization or to you so that you can send it out to the organizations. And that is my report.
Thank you, Melanie. That's where I really need the hard copy implementation plan so I can show the Judicial Council. It's really exciting. Hand it out. Here you guys all go. Okay, thanks, Melanie. And now we have Selena. Please let us know what's going on with LAC.
Hello, everyone. I know I'm the last item on the agenda, so I'm going to talk very slowly. I have actually kind of an overlapping update with the Judicial Council. I'm also a member of the Schreiber Implementation Selection Grant Committee, whatever our title is. And we had a public meeting yesterday, and we actually voted to allocate some of our housing reserves, some of our reserves to housing assistance in Los Angeles County. So for those of you who are in Los Angeles County, it's very obvious that there'll be a lot of long-term housing displacement, developers coming in, price gouging, and we decided as a committee that we had a little bit of reserves available that we're allocating for immediate use for grantees. So I wanted to report that to you all because I know you've been talking a lot about disasters. Another one, back to LAC, is that we have been also tracking a lot of the executive orders and the impact on legal aid. We have on our website a lot of other links to other websites and a lot of links to litigation trackers. And the executive directors in our community have been meeting very regularly about basically what should we be worried about, less worried about, and really trying to share information with each other. So I'm looking forward to the March meetings because we're going to continue to talk there. And the last thing that I'm going to talk, actually really quickly, LAC will now be the fiscal sponsor for DLAC, for the Disaster Legal Assistance Collaborative. That has been for many years a collaboration of legal aid nonprofits, pro bono attorneys, state bar, but it seemed that there needed to be a nonprofit home just to accept donor dollars if needed. So no money has come in yet, but we will be the fiscal sponsor to be able to receive with 501c3 those funds. And the last thing is that I want to thank everyone on this commission because the Office of Access and Inclusion, through a decision a while back, decided to support an annual executive directors retreat. So it's now built into our agreement with the State Bar every year. So the executive director retreat is now planned for April. We have too many people for the number of spots we have available, but we've been doing this every year now where executive directors throughout the state gather in person to make community, to share resources, and it's been really, really important. We started gathering, 2023 was the first year, so it was kind of the first chance for us to see each other in person. But now, given all of the stress that everyone is facing, it feels particularly important for us to meet. So thank you for allocating some funds to support the retreat. It's not free for attendees, but it's affordable for attendees because of that support. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Anything else on that we have? Okay, any final comments or questions or anything? Well, look at that. We finished 15 minutes early. Congratulations, everybody. You can hang out and socialize a little. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you very much. And thank you all for traveling in and being in person. And I hope you get a chance to talk with each other before you leave. Have a good one.
We should try to catch